Chamber of Commerce Sunday afternoon, 68 degrees, gentle breeze, partly cloudy skies as the Dodgers and Padres get ready for the third and final game of this three-game series. Our closed captioning this afternoon is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. You take a look at Kenta Maeda getting ready for his 9th start of the season. It was here he made his major league debut back on April the 6th. And he had an outstanding day out pitching Andrew Cashner. No runs in 5 hits in 6 innings, and in his second at bat, he hit a home run. Dave Roberts has put this lineup together, brought to you by Honda. Chase Utley leading off at second base, and Corey Seager, who saw his 11-game hitting streak come to an end last night, batting second. Howie Kendrick at third base today. Justin Turner the Sunday afternoon off. Gonzalez back in the lineup, second consecutive day. The back is better. Trace Thompson, by the way, is going to be making his 7th consecutive start in his last 6 games. 6 for 20, 3 home runs and 5 runs batted in. Jock Peterson in center, Yasiel Puig in right. A.J. Ellis is the catcher. Yasmani Grandal has a welt on his right ankle. He fouled one off last night. X-rays negative. So Ellis behind the plate. Maeda pitching and batting 9th. And pitching for the San Diego Padres this afternoon is 25-year-old right-hander Colin Ray.
Well, Colin Ray is going to be making his 3rd appearance versus the Dodgers, but his last start against the Dodgers came back on April 30th at Dodger Stadium. He went 6 innings of that game, allowed 4 hits, gave up just 2 runs as he got the win in that decision. And when he comes after you, he comes after you with a fastball that can reach the mid-90s, and that's usually his 4-seamer, but he mostly pitches off his 2-seam fastball. What actually has really good sink and good tail to that 2-seam fastball. He'll freeze a left-hander where it looks like it's going to come inside and it tails back for a strike. He also has a cutter as well that he mixes in there, a curveball, and a split finger. So it's really about his command that makes him successful.
As you see, he's a big fella, 6'5", 225 pounds, out of Iowa. And the Dodgers have lost 4 in a row, 6 of their last 7. Will head home after the game tonight. 3 games with the Reds, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at Dodger Stadium. Thursday, the Dodgers will travel to New York and then Chicago next weekend. Defensively behind Ray today, Yangervis Solarte at second base just came off the disabled list last night. Blew out a hamstring in the first week of the season. He is, of course, at second base. Byers, Amarista, and Wallace round out the infield. And the outfield, as we saw last night, Melvin Upton Jr. in left, John Jay in center, Matt Kemp in right. Christian Bettencourt is catching today. And this afternoon, Derek Norris will enjoy a Sunday day of rest.
Mr. Ray on the mound had quite an off season coming into this 2016 season. Put on a lot of muscle and a lot of strength. He says that there's not as much soreness in his arm anymore now that he's gotten his legs stronger and his core stronger to help him carry the ride. And you know what, today the Dodgers are going to see a lot of fastballs and a lot of cutters. About 75% of the time he's going to throw the ball between 86 and 92 miles an hour. So be ready for the number 1.
He has made 9 career starts at Petco, where he is 4-2 and an ERA of 3.6. And he has lived a charmed life so far this season, as the Padres, not an offensive juggernaut by any stretch, have given him more than 5.5 runs per game of support.
Well, the Dodgers, with the short turnaround, need to really get off to a good start, and you can erase a bad memory from yesterday and the day before by getting out here and getting a few runs, get Maeda on the mound with a lead.
Walk-off losses are painful enough. Back-to-back walk-off losses, the way things have been going. The Dodgers need some smelling salts, and maybe this afternoon they'll get them. Chase Utley will lead it off. Utley at .281 with a couple of home runs and 10 runs batted in. He's had some success against Ray. In fact, hit a home run back at Dodger Stadium against him. Utley last night 0 for 4 and a walk. So the breeze is blowing from left field toward right. Petco Park bathed in sunshine, and Utley bunts it in the air, and it's going to be the first baseman Myers.
Well, we saw Utley in the first game of this series be successful at that type of bunt, especially with the second baseman playing so deep on that shift where he was able to just get it past the pitcher in the air right toward that second base, and there was no play. This one he was trying to do the same thing and just pops it up.
One pitch, one gone. Corey Seager stepping in. Seager saw his 11-game hitting streak end last night. So he's at 280 with 7 home runs and 22 runs batted in. Ray delivers a strike at 92. Kendrick on deck and Gonzalez to follow. Padres leave here after the game and go up to San Francisco for 3. Seager behind, 0-2. Seager in May is hitting .319. Takes one in the dirt.
And even when he has made an out, he's made a lot of loud outs. Boy, there were some times during the hitting streak that he would get his one hit, maybe 2, but the other 2 at bats, he would just blister the ball.
Well, he had a couple yesterday to continue. Just unfortunate. He was hitting right at people. He hit some even down the line that were just foul.
The 1-2. In April, Seager hit .250 with 2 home runs. In May, .319 with 5 home runs and 10 runs batted in. And he has been a solid presence by and large, batting second or third. Big shift is on for him. The Padres shift is a little more unique than most we have seen. It looks like a triangle defense with Yangervis Solarte way out there in short right field.
Could almost be classified as a second right fielder because they have a standard positioning with a first and a second baseman almost.
Now 2-2. With Solarte so deep in short right, that allows Matt Kemp to shade toward center field. For Seager on 2-2. With a fly ball to center field, and John Jay is right there. So 2 out, nobody on, and Howie Kendrick coming up. Kendrick getting the start at third base today. Justin Turner just getting the day off.
Dave Roberts saying that he would probably play all 3 games against Cincinnati on the homestand before the travel day to New York.
Howie has hit all over the lineup. Takes a strike, 0-1, batting third today for the 3rd time this year. He's been a jack of all trades: first base, second base, third base, left field. Ray ahead, 0-2. Man of many talents. Career .290 hitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, coming into this season, they told him, they were talking about that he may be playing more than just one position. He wasn't signing strictly as a second baseman. He was open to it. And by that graphic, you can tell he's really been open to it.
Here's the 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Howie Kendrick.
He's really rounding into form as far as being locked in at the plate. We're seeing a lot more balanced swings, a lot more squaring up the ball.
And a whole lot healthier in May than he was in April. Now the 2-2. Call strike 3, and that'll end the inning. And Howie doesn't bark much, but he is not happy with a call from David Rackley. Kenta Maeda getting ready for his 9th start of the season. Dodgers failed to score in the top of the 1st. Padres in his first season, Andy Green. And here's the lineup that he has put together, beginning with John Jay. Will Myers at first base, and Matt Kemp is in right. Solarte, the cleanup hitter, he drew the walk-off walk last night, just off the disabled list. Melvin Upton Jr. had the walk-off home run on Friday night. Brett Wallace at third. Christian Bettencourt is the catcher. Derek Norris the afternoon off. Alexi Amarista is at shortstop. And Colin Ray pitching and batting ninth. And here's Maeda, first pitch of his ninth start. Outside. You're saying in the open, Orel, it's been a tale of two seasons really for Maeda. What has been the difference the first half and what he's gone through the last 4 starts or so?
I think command is the main issue, and a little bit of the league catching up with him in his pitch sequence. But I think early on he was a mystery, and he was actually dotting all of his pitches no matter what count or what pitch he was throwing. And then a little bit of the mystery was removed, and then the command went a little bit south. But very confident that he can come back and return, and he's much better on a little longer rest, and that's what he has coming into this outing. 5 days rest, so his ERA is very good when he feels a little fresher. It probably gives him a little more confidence in his fastball.
Of course, in his 8 years in Japan, primarily pitched once a week. Here's a 2-1. Slicing foul and out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It looks like as of late, like he's just trying to be so perfect with his command, to really just to have that pinpoint accuracy. And because we've seen him have that, especially early on. But sometimes when you're trying to do that, rather than throwing the area, relying on the movement to help you out.
Jay to left, and Thompson is there. The outfield: Thompson, Peterson, and Puig. Turner, Seager. I'm sorry, Hendrick at third base. Howie Kendrick making his 7th start at third base this year. Turner with the day off. Gonzalez at first, and A.J. Ellis is behind the plate. Grandal is limping around with a swollen ankle, fouling one off his ankle last night. Will Myers takes one outside, 1 ball, no strikes.
Just thinking about Grandal when he fouled that off. When you do that, you don't want to take your soccer shoe off the first time. That's when it's painful, and you're worried about the swelling, and then you worry about stepping out of bed the next morning.
There's a strike. Literally and figuratively, that'll leave a mark.
Oh.
Glad the X-rays were negative.
To third. Kendrick bobbles, still has time to throw out Myers. 2 out. So Harry Kendrick, after all those years with the Angels, all of last year with the Dodgers, primarily a second baseman, has become a jack of all trades. So Maeda, one thing about him this year, he has been uncommonly good in the first inning. Now Kemp takes outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Matt down to 231. He was 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts and a sac fly last night. Fouls it to the right. And out of play. More on Yasmani Grandal and the welt on his right ankle.
Yeah,
Alana.
Charlie, X-ray is thankfully negative. He is available to pinch hit today if need be, or be an emergency catcher. Of course, they'd like to stay away from him. If he couldn't come in, it would either be Yasiel Puig or Chris Hatcher, perhaps even Kike Hernandez. Can you imagine Yasiel Puig behind the plate, guys?
No. But of course, Chris Hatcher was a catcher with the Marlins, but his arm was so good they decided to switch him from behind the plate to on top of the hill.
I would like to see Yasiel try to throw somebody out stealing and showing off that arm going down to second base. That'd be fun. And then with Kike, if Kike's back there, could he sit still?
Well, he had the mask on in the dugout last night.
And he does come out there and occasionally in between innings and warm up the pitcher. So he's just prepping himself.
Another jack of all trades. Scoreless in the bottom half of the first. 2-2 to Kemp, who has struck out 38 times this year. Now 39. So Maeda strikes out Kemp. The Padres go in order. Gonzalez, Thompson, and Peterson will bat for the Dodgers in the second. A few miles up the road, La Jolla on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. And meanwhile, back at the ballpark, we go to the second inning. Adrian Gonzalez, Trace Thompson, and Jock Peterson will bat. Gonzalez at 286. Adrian this year has preferred his time on the road, where he's hit 390. He's hitting less than half that at home. Gonzalez missed the 3 games with the back issue. And last night had a couple of hits in 4 at-bats. No balls, 2 strikes.
Nice to have Adrian back. He really showed some leadership yesterday, beating the shift with some ground balls to the left side. Not trying to do too much.
1-2.
It was in a situation like this where he was leading off an inning that he was just trying to get on.
Well, we saw him at this at bat already square around on the very first pitch.
His 2 hits last night went to left.
Adrian has kind of led the way there with Chase Utley, and now Jock Peterson and others are thinking about the bunt or going the opposite way against the shift that happens to be on each of them.
So on 1-2 as we begin the second inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Colin Ray in search of his 4th win of the year. Early today, several hours before the game, you see Hervis Solarte in short right field. First time we ever saw Fungos to short right field. They were taking infield practice, practicing the shift. Here's a 2-2. And for Solarte and whoever else is taking the ground balls, Rosales among others, they were hitting hard ground balls, then the soft ones where they had to come running in and make the flip toss to first base.
That's a different throw off the run, different angle.
First time we'd seen that. Here's a 2-2. Gonzalez down on strikes. That's a second strikeout for Ray.
Colin Ray just challenges Gonzalez, and Adrian's going to go back and just be mad at himself, going, gosh, that was a pitch I know I can handle, and I just missed it. He got a piece of it. He fouled it off, just fouled it off into the catcher's mitt.
Now Trace Thompson, who's getting an opportunity to play every day. This is his 7th consecutive start. Has 6 hits in his last 6 outings, and 3 of them for home runs.
He is really starting to believe in the process, the preparation, and as he talks about handling success right now, where he just tries to go up and have a good at bat. Doesn't really go up there and think about results or what he's trying to do, other than just believe in his swing and the preparation of getting ready to visualize the pitch and then put a good swing on it.
Which sounds exactly like what Dave Roberts was talking about in our open today. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out.
Nomar, when you were really hot, you locked in and hitting the ball, squaring it up, what was it about for you?
My batting practice, making sure my batting practice that I could get that feeling during my BP.
Thompson on 2-1. Now 2-2.
Once you got the feeling, did you need to hit any more, or could you just carry that feeling into the game?
Carry that feeling into the game. It was a matter of understanding what I needed for that day, and I was like, all right, I'm swinging consistently. I got the feel that I want. I know what I need to do, and now it's just a matter of executing when the game started.
This is going to be a very difficult play for Amarista. There'll be no play. Thompson too fast. Amarista, even if he had fielded it cleanly, was not likely to throw out Thompson.
And then you'll take hits like that as well. Those ones that are infield hits, maybe don't hit it square, but just in the right spot. You love those things, and glad that you have some speed and that you hustle out of the box to earn those hits.
Lana, you were talking with Trace prior to the game today.
Well, Trace Thompson, after that home run yesterday, came into the dugout, and Alex Wood came over and patted him on his clean-shaven head. And basically, Trace Thompson picking up his pitcher, and I asked him about that earlier today. He said, you know what, Alex Wood's actually the one that shaves his head. It used to be Scott Van Slyke, but he's otherwise detained with rehab. He said he's going to let Alex Wood do it every 3rd day, guys.
Well, the Dodgers used to have Sal the Barber Magley. Who knew it's now Alex the Barber Wood?
I mean, well, they all live together, right? They're all in that house. There was 5 guys, 5 young guys over there in the household.
Well, who got who hot? Because he's getting to shave his head and got 13 strikeouts. He was having his head shaved, is hot with the bat.
Swinging the bat well.
Peters.
Wow, yeah.
They got to keep that. They got to keep
there it is.
You need a trim.
Keep the team together. It's working for both of them.
I know there's data on everything. I wonder how many times you've seen roommates have a pair of home runs in 3 games in a row like they have.
On 2-0, Peterson fouls it off to the left, 2-1.
Alex Wood, the barber, did something that hadn't been done in a Dodger uniform since 1913. 13 strikeouts in 6 innings or fewer. That includes Koufax and all of them. Clayton Kershaw, all the great strikeout guys for the Dodgers.
Seven lefties in Dodger history have had 13 strikeout games. Koufax 31 times, Kershaw 10, Fernando 4, and then 4 guys with 1 apiece. Wood, now the other 3.
Wow, the other 3.
Well, here's the clue.
Jerry Royce?
No.
Okay.
One had a surgery named after him.
Tommy John.
All right. And 2 are from Brooklyn.
Johnny Padres.
Yes, sir.
And
one who they thought was going to be just a superstar.
oh, did he only do it? He did it once, huh?
And flamed out.
And it was 54.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God. Oh, who is that? Give it to me.
Carl Spooner.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Spooner came up, and this is before they had the sophisticated radar guns. It was alleged that he could throw about 100 miles an hour. And he came out, and they hadn't seen anything quite like him before. And then he blew out his arm, and
he hurt his shoulder, didn't he? And they
it.
never really figured out how or when he hurt his shoulder.
He made 2 starts in 54, Spooner did. Pitched a 3-hit shutout at Ebbets Field against the Giants, struck out 15. 4 days later, against the Pirates at Ebbets Field, a 4-hit shutout and 12 strikeouts. The liner to center. Thompson better hurry back, and he does.
There's a nice piece of hitting by Jock Peterson. He's out early here, working on his pepper and his barrel control, and he used it right there.
Oh, the 2 strikes on the outer half. We've seen Jock Peterson. Now we're starting to see that you can tell that if he has 2 strikes, there are times he would just take swings, and if you just watched him on video take the swing, you couldn't tell what the count is on him, because it was the same big swing, pitch after pitch after pitch. There with 2 strikes, head down, staying on it, driving it back up the middle, and squirted up well, just unlucky right at the center fielder.
So here's Puig stepping in. Has had good success against the Padres. 236 on the season with 2 out and a short lead at first for Thompson. Trace 0 for 1 in stolen base tries. Puig last night took the collar and was struck out twice. Hit a home run and a single on Friday night.
The Padres have been beating him with the fastball in. It'll be interesting if he looks there today. By the 3rd game in a series, you start to pick up how a team has been pitching you, and if you've been getting beat in a certain hole, sometimes you can catch up to them if they stay there.
2-0.
Kirk Gibson used to say, you know what? I'm going to get you. He'd get a strikeout first at bat, weak ground ball to second at bat, and he'd go, I'm going to get him, I'm going to get him, and when I do, it's going to hurt. And he'd get his 1 for 4, and it'd be damage.
Puig on 2-0. Into short center. John Jay now drifting to right center. Under the bright sun, he makes the catch, and the inning is over. No runs and a hit. We'll go to the bottom of the 2nd. Solarte, Upton, and Wallace are due up.
I think it's more the emphasis of not giving the hitters too much credit and understanding that he's got fastball command and he's got to trust that. And so we're not talking about just throwing your fastball to throw the fastball over the big part of the plate. It's about when you throw your fastball, trust that you can execute it to then incorporate your slider.
We were talking in the open, Oral, about the tale of two halves for Kenta Maeda, the difference between then and now, and Dave Roberts and his thoughts prior to the game today.
I think he's really trying to instill some confidence in Kenta with his fastball. And sometimes you watch pitch selection and you watch lack of command, or maybe just working the edges of the plate too much, and you attribute that to an attitude, and then you give your pitcher an attitude adjustment, which is, you can do this. You should believe in the fastball. We believe in your fastball. And trust the command. Trust that you can hit your spots.
Yangervis Solarte leading it off for the Padres in the bottom of the second. They mobbed him after the game last night for taking ball 4. The 2-1. Little roller to second base. Going to be a tough play for Utley, and he's able to scoop it out of the glove. Terrific play by Chase Utley.
You see this a lot by Chase Utley. This isn't just a desperation play from Chase Utley. When I mean that, he just hopes that it'll work out, because we know he practices this. He practices the long flip with the glove as he's charging it. We've seen him try it numerous times and be successful at it numerous times over the course of the season. Nice play by Chase Utley.
There are some players who like to have a stiff glove. He's obviously likes that loose glove where he's able to flip it out like a highlight system.
There's an exercise that you do, and for your young kids back home that you can practice, is sometimes just not playing catch with each other, but just flipping the ball in your glove back to each other. Just learning how to control your hands, your glove with the ball in it, and working on that.
He believes that transferring the ball to his bare hand or bare-handing it, he can do this quicker. Even though the ball has less velocity coming out of the glove, there's no transfer time, so a little easier flip. It's done quick.
The other thing he does too is he got his body in a position to make that flip, kind of going to the side. He wasn't even thinking about transferring the hand, as we had a look at our Morongo Casino and Spa slow-mo cam.
Oh, you are good.
That was for Oral.
2-2. But there are a lot of players. I remember, for instance, Ray Ordonez, shortstop for the Mets, who seemed to change his glove weekly. It was obviously at shortstop. You're not being called upon to do that quite so often. Maybe a flip to second base. But I would think you just need an old beat-up glove to make it that much easier on yourself making that play.
A lot of time, Charlie, it's just the feel. Some people like that stiffer glove and the way that feels, and feel like you can control the glove. And others like it really flimsy, broken in. I myself liked it broken in.
How often did you change a glove?
Not many. From a shortstop, I think I used 2 or 3 over the course of my career.
Wow. Into short right. Puig. 2 out and nobody on. Come on out to Dodger Stadium Wednesday night, when the first 40,000 fans in attendance will receive an Adrian Gonzalez Big Hit Celebration bobblehead, presented by Time Warner Cable. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. That'll bring up Brett Wallace. So far, so good from Maeda. He has faced 5 batters, retired them all. Wallace at .218 with 3 home runs. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Well, the first 5 batters, Maeda returning to early season form. 1-1. In his last start 6 days ago against the Angels, 4 runs, 5 hits in just 4 innings. The 1-1. Wallace hit by a pitch.
I like the 3 pitch selections in this at bat. They went fastball in here that grazes the uniform just barely. And I like the aggressiveness of coming in, and then they threw 2 slow curveballs to start him off, which not defaulting immediately to his slider.
Well, they've been talking about Kenta fastball command. We heard Dave Roberts. You've been mentioning it. Well, I hope that right there doesn't scare him from using that and being afraid to come in. You got to keep doing that. You got to keep these hitters off balance.
Well, the pitch caught a thread of the jersey of Brett Wallace, and here's Bethancourt. Pinch hit home run the other night. Takes a strike, 0-1. They think he can hit pretty well. They got to find a position for him. At the moment, the backup catcher. In fact, on Friday night, he was shagging fly balls in right with the thought he might start in right field with Matt Kemp's troubles. But that experiment didn't work out too well. So he returned to the bench that night. A fellow named Jose Pirela played right field Friday night and would be sent out on Saturday when Yangervis Solarte came off the DL. So here's Bettencourt with Derek Norris getting this Sunday off. 1-2.
Excellent fastball away right there from Kenta. Sometimes there's a mental block of throwing a ball in compared to away. So think about if you put a left-handed hitter up there with that pitch right there. It's just a little different mentally seeing the batter on that side of the plate.
Fastball upstairs, strike 3, the second strikeout of the game for Kenta Maeda. No runs, no hits, a hit batsman, 1 man left, scoreless as we head to the 3rd.
Last night for the Dodgers, in fact, a career high for the left-hander, 13 strikeouts and fewer than 6 innings of work, and it was a tremendous night for him and really for the whole pitching staff for the most part. 19 strikeouts. Time now for our Coors Light Cold Hard Facts. You can see it as far as most combined strikeouts in a single game in the history of the franchise back in 1913, guys. 19 below 72 in 2009, both at Cincinnati.
After the performance of Wood last night, and of course the way Maeda is pitching today, if Maeda can return to form that we saw early in the season, now all of a sudden start to feel a little bit better about the rotation. Wood was shaky in the beginning, especially at home, but he's been terrific on the road last couple of outings. And Maeda with a a good start so far tonight, or at least this afternoon. A.J. Ellis, 1 ball, 1 strike. And a fellow named Kershaw goes to Barlow. One ball, 2 strikes to A.J. Ellis.
And I know Scott Kazmir had 7 walks in his last outing, and he's frustrated, but I think he's really close to clicking in too. I mean, I love the arm speed. I love the break on the pitches. It's just slightly off the plate. It wasn't like he was missing by a mile. He was just a hair off. And once he zones in on those sights and keeps the mechanics the way they've been working, I think you're going to see that veteran get on track and start to roll off a lot of good starts in a row.
Kazmir pitches Wednesday night at Dodger Stadium against the Reds. And a line drive right into the glove of Hervis Solarte. You got Kershaw tomorrow night against Brandon Finnegan. Stripling goes on Tuesday, Kazmir on Wednesday. And then a tough series on the road. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in New York. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Chicago. 7 tough games coming up.
And when it comes to Alex Wood, you got to remember that he's been changing his mechanics and then taking those out onto the mound and competing with them. And think, you know, they tell you the studies takes a month, 30 days to break an old habit or to start a new habit. So he's moved from putting his body in the right position and feeling good and knowing this is where I want to be to it happening subconsciously now that he can repeat it and compete with it.
0-2, Maeda takes low and outside.
And that's when it really gets fun as a pitcher or as a hitter, is when you work through some things, you know you're on the right track, it's happening, and then you can just actually do it naturally.
To center field, and there's John Jay for the second out of the third. Sunday, of course, in San Diego, they wear the camouflage uniforms. Honor the military. This is, of course, a big military town. Chase Utley attempted to bunt his first at bat and fouled out to the first baseman. Dodgers with 1 hit. Padres still looking for their first. Similar pattern to last night's game. Padres won 3-2 with 5 hits. The Dodgers had 4. Two balls, no strikes, 2 outs in the top half of the third inning. High and outside. Gray has struck out 33 in 45 innings. Three and one. Utley a couple of home runs and 10 runs batted in, and one of the 2 came against Colin Ray last month. Now 3-2.
Yeah, the April 30th game that Ray started against us in the 3rd inning. Chase has a good memory to build off of.
Seager on deck. Well hit to left. Back goes Upton in front of the wall. He'll make the catch, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left, no score after 2.5. As we head to the bottom of the third, scoreless, Alexi Amarista, the pitcher Colin Ray, then the top of the order for San Diego, Jon Jay. Amarista, fresh off the DL, he's sidelined with a hamstring. And on the first pitch of the third, Utley has an easy play. That's just a 30-second pitch. Thrown by Kenta Maeda. Here's Colin Ray through 3 innings. He has thrown 50 and given up just an infield hit to Trace Thompson. 1 for 15 this year. Ray takes a strike. It is 0-1. Jon Jay on deck. Maeda looking confident and rhythmic. And missing outside and low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and 2. Days ago when the Mets were in town. Now it's 3 and 2. That was a game in which Noah Syndergaard hit 2 home runs off Maeda. It was the first time I could remember, in again the brief time that we've seen Maeda as a Dodger, where he looked out of sorts. Well, brings it back in, strikes out Ray, and that's the second out of the third.
Building some confidence. The first out of this inning was a 2-seam fastball away, got a routine ground ball, and here comes back with the slider / cutter. When he's been hot, he's been able to vary the speeds and the brakes on that breaking ball.
Now Jon Jay. Fly to left in his first at-bat. Struck out 4 times last night. 4 of the 19 strikeouts by Dodger pitching.
Just thinking about the confidence that Maeda has in that breaking ball. You have a 3-2 count on the pitcher. You're confident enough to be able to throw that slider / cutter of his.
On 1-1. I mentioned the 19 strikeouts, 3rd highest total in Dodger history. In 1972, against the Reds, the Dodger pitching staff combined to strike out 22 Reds in a 19-inning game. So who were the pitchers that day? Well, Tommy John, Jim Brewer, Pete Rickard, Ron Peronoski. Pete Mickelson pitched in that game but didn't strike out anybody. So that Dodger staff on that day in 72, 22 strikeouts in 19 innings, and Jon Jay has been struck out for the 5th time in the last 2 games. 4 strikeouts for Maeda. Corey Seager will lead off for the Dodgers, to be followed by Kendrick and Gonzalez when we come back for the 4th. Is brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Energy Upgrade California. Energy tips, rebates, and financing options are available at energyupgradeca.org. Seager, Kendrick, Gonzalez will bat for the Dodgers as we head to the 4th inning. Corey flied to center field in his first at-bat. Fouls it back, 0-1. He's hit the ball hard, but he's also hitless in his last 8 at-bats. Seven home runs and 22 runs batted in for Corey Seager. 1-1. Two and one.
It's one thing to be 0 for 8 and be hitting the ball weakly and striking out. It's another thing when you're squaring it up.
And I was just thinking about what they have the shift on him. And a lot of times when you're swinging well, you just don't even worry about the shift. But when you're struggling and you're feeling bad, then you might say, okay, well, maybe the shift will actually help me. Maybe think about staying on the ball, maybe go back up the middle or the other way, and it can get me back on track. But for Corey Seager, he is swinging the bat well. Don't worry about the shift and stay within your plan.
Takes a walk to lead off the 4th. First walk of the game for either side. Kendrick coming up. Took a called 3rd strike in his first at-bat on the inside corner, and well, to be charitable, he was not in perfect agreement with home plate umpire David Rackley. Strike, 0-1.
This is the type of position I like Howie Kendrick in. And what I mean by that is I've always liked Howie Kendrick as a two-hole hitter because the way his ability to go to the right side. Well, in this inning, he is a two-hole hitter. You get your leadoff guy on base. Now you have kind of that hole open for you. Stay inside the ball and try to drive it over there, move him over to 3rd.
Into right. Kemp is there. First out of the 4th, and here's Adrian Gonzalez. Struck out swinging in his first at-bat. This may be just one of those things stats, or perhaps there's more to it. Gonzalez this year at Dodger Stadium just 171, but on the road 390. 1 ball, no strikes.
Any rhyme or reason to that, Noam?
Maybe he should stay in a hotel when he's at home too to make it feel like he's on the road. I say that jokingly. You know, no, there really isn't.
If anything, it's usually flipped, right?
Yeah,
better
it
at home
usually
than
is.
the road.
Right.
Gonzalez into short center. Two out. And the Dodgers as a team have hit better on the road all season than they have at home. 22 games at home, 22 on the road. On the road, the Dodgers hitting .257 and averaging 5 runs per game. At home, hitting .223 and 3.5 runs per game.
I think that's going to balance out. I think the 25-0 here in the first series and then playing in Colorado a little bit has helped the road stats, and I think they're definitely going to hit better at home throughout the season.
Well, we're past the quarter pole of the season already.
There's also no reason for that either. I mean, last year was the opposite. The year before that, it was this way, where they played better on the road.
Last year, the Dodgers 55-26 at home and 7 under 500 on the road. Right side. That's Solarte. And that's that for the Dodgers in the fourth. No runs, a leadoff walk, one man left. No score as we head to the bottom of the fourth.
Maeda is showing more confidence in the fastball with 4 strikeouts through 3 innings, mixing his pitches really well. He and AJ are working in concert, both sides of the plate, changing speeds and finishing guys off with the heater instead of the slider.
Well, Myers leads off in the bottom of the fourth and takes a strike, 0-1. It'll be Myers and Kemp and Solarte. Maeda has hit a batter, and that's been the sum total of the Padre offense. In St. Louis today, Greinke goes 8 innings, gives up a run and 5 hits, and the Diamondbacks would beat the Cardinals 7-2. Myers takes outside. 2-1. Greinke improves his record to 5-3 and lowers his ERA to 4.59. On 2-1. Fastball. Foul off to the left. And it is 2-2. Alana?
Well, coming off his shortest outing of the season last time out, Kenta Maeda going 4 innings on 73 pitches, threw his fastball 38.4% of the time in that start. Overall, coming into today, guys, 40.7% of fastball usage. Only Adam Wainwright has used his fastball less in the National League. Seems to be more of a focus in today's outing.
Let's see what Maeda does with Myers on 2-2. 92 down and away, 3-2. The game of adjustments. Maeda's 49th pitch. Results in his 5th strikeout, 3rd in a row, and it's the first out of the 4th.
From 82 with a cutter slash slider and 92 with the heater, 10-mile-an-hour differential and making it go different directions. This ball's going down with a little sink. The cutter goes the opposite way. Really starting to command the strike zone and is equating into a very efficient outing.
Kemp a strikeout victim in his first at bat. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Matt's at 229. One and one. Kemp 0 for 4 and a sac fly last night with 3 strikeouts. He's been struck out in his only at bat here this afternoon. 1-2.
It's a nice count to come fastball in to Matt Kemp. So if you have to face him again later in the game, you can leave the outside available and come in off the plate, or you can go low and away with the cutter.
Into center field. Jock Peterson in, then out.
I think we talked about it yesterday about a fly ball to John Jay in center field, and I was like, oh, he didn't take a J route, took a direct route. Well, that was kind of the J route we're talking about, where it's not picked up right off the bat, come in on the ball, and then you got to redirect yourself to make the catch.
Now the switch hitting Solarte. Gets underneath it. Utley has a better angle than Gonzalez. And another 1-2-3 inning for Maeda, who's given up no hits through 4. Neither team has scored a run, though. By your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota time is going on right now. Save big on the striking all-new 2016 Prius. See your local dealer today. We've seen those guys before. 5 and 55. 44, of course, Takashi Saito, 55. Russell Martin, and who's that 5 guy? Be a high five.
Don't know.
I know nothing. Jock Peterson fouls it into the dirt, 0-1. And Takashi Saito is now working with the San Diego Padres. He was in the booth next to us a little while earlier.
Any reason that you wore 5? From all the way from Little League, or number they assigned you?
Since Little League. Since it was my father's favorite number, so I wore it in Little League, and then it became my favorite number.
I got 55 because it was a really high number, and they didn't expect me to make the team. And then they asked me, you want to go down to a lower number, and my favorite numbers are kind of taken, so I just said, I'll just keep 55.
Peterson with Puig on deck. Foul tip, and that got home plate umpire David Rackley.
Oof.
Brackley went down immediately. In his 4th season, he's out of North Carolina. Larry Vanover on the one knee. He's the crew chief. Alfonso Marquez, Chris Guccione, the other umpires. Well, not a whole lot you can do.
When his fellow umpires are smiling a little bit and talking to him, you have a feeling that it's hopefully just going to be a matter of time that he gets up.
Like slightly lifting his head there, so that's good.
As Peterson attempted to bunt. Foul tip. There are not enough deep breaths to take. He'll take as many as he can.
He continues. If I'm Jock Peterson, I'm swinging at everything.
That's one of those situations. There's not a whole lot a trainer can do. Might as well bring a paintbrush. There's nothing you can do, and just.
It's also hard for the pitcher. Really can't warm up. He's playing a little catch right now off to the side, but can't warm up because they're right behind home plate.
Looks like Rackley's going to come out of the game.
And Alfonso Marquez looked like running back to the umpire's room.
So Rackley will come out, and Marquez, who was umpiring at second base, he called balls and strikes on Friday night. So we're going to have a break. In fact, the pitcher, Ray, is coming off the field. He's going to relax, and we're going to take a break. the game with Jock Peterson leading off in the 5th. He attempted to bunt, and the foul went directly into David Reckley's, to be euphemistic, midsection, and he went down like a shot. And he's come out of the game. Alfonso Marquez, who was umpiring at second base, ran into the umpire's dressing room, and he's going to put on the equipment. So we're in a delay mode. You're looking at Larry Vanover and Chris Guccione. Vanover is the crew chief, and Guccione called balls and strikes last night.
And they'll have a new rotation out there with only 3 umpires, probably at the lines most of the time until there's a runner on, and you might have somebody up the middle for the possible stolen bases second. But they understand their rotation with 4 umpires, with 3, or we even down to 2.
In the lower minor leagues, it's not the least bit unusual, just have 2 umpires. We have a moment to remind you that you can continue your Dodger Retired Numbers Pin Series collection on June the 4th. And then the Dodgers host the Braves. The pin features number 20, Don Sutton, courtesy of 76. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. You're just joining us. We're in this delay. David Rackley, the home plate umpire, injured. He's gone back for repair as Alfonso Marquez gets ready to assume the duties behind the plate. We're going to take a break, come back, and hopefully we'll be able to play when we do. counting. We're in the top half of the fifth on a 1-1 pitch. Jock Peterson foul tip one into a place no man wants to be hit. David Rackley, the home plate umpire, went down. He was flat on his back for quite a while. He would be helped off and into the umpire's clubhouse. In the meantime, Alfonso Marquez, who'd been the second base umpire, went in to grab his equipment. And when he is ready, we will be ready to continue. This is going on 11 minutes and counting. And there is not a male in the audience who cannot relate to that injury.
That'll be an interesting delay for the two pitchers. Both of them one hit that the Dodgers have, and Kenta Maeda is yet to give up anything in that area, so he's got a long delay to deal with. But he's been throwing the ball really well, locating his fastball and his changeup, mixing in the curveball.
We're talking in the pregame about Maeda and how he was so good in the first three starts of the year. The last 4 or 5 starts he has struggled. What do you see, Oral, is the fundamental difference between Maeda, the first 3 starts, the most recent starts, and what he's doing again today?
Well, the early on ones, he was definitely commanding the outside part of the plate, and the slider and the cutter were right there, and he was so precise. And then when the league caught up with him a little bit, his command went down slightly, maybe got backed into only a couple areas where he was able to hit the target. And what he has responded with today is really showing command on both sides of the plate, able to change speeds and really consistently keep the ball down. The only time we've seen him really make a mistake up, it really wasn't a mistake. He was going up on purpose.
Well, Vanover, the crew chief, is back out on the field. Guccione is going out.
Trying to time it up with the warm-ups right here of when they'll be ready to have a home plate umpire.
And with this delay, Oral, I mean, the one thing for Kenta Maeda, he may come up and bat here rather than go out there and throw. Would that be a concern, sitting down this long and then having to swing the bat?
I would actually like him to come up and bat this inning, possibly. That'd be nice to do something athletic, get in the on-deck circle, swing the weighted bat, get into the box and swing, get you back into the rhythm of the game compared to just sitting there and watching your offense.
Well, you're also, if you're the Dodgers, you're hoping he gets in that bat, because that means, all right, it's going through the lineup.
Yep, turn the
lineup
lineup over.
Get some people on board, on base.
Alfonso Marquez, first Mexican-born major league umpire, but grew up in Fullerton, his 17th big league season. And so now he's taking a couple of warm-up views while Colin Ray warms up again.
You think, why does it take so long for the umpire to put all the equipment on? Well, it's a completely different jersey for them, completely different style of pants to be able to put the equipment underneath their clothes. So they have to completely strip down and start over. And then you got to put all the equipment on first, too, before you put the jersey and the pants on.
And it's totally different shoes.
Everything
as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shoes.
Well, let's play again. 1-2 to Peterson. He's leading off the 5th, and he strikes out. That's the 3rd strikeout for Ray, and it's the 1st out of the 5th. We were delayed for about 15 minutes. And we certainly pass along our best wishes to David Rackley, injured in the line of duty today. Yasiel Puig flied to center in his first at-bat, 1 out of the 5th. Colin Ray in search of his 4th win of the year. And we are scoreless. Two balls and one strike. 2-2. So we're now down to 3 umpires. Larry Vanover, the crew chief, at first base. Chris Guccione is at third base. Marquez behind the plate. They have prepared for these eventualities, and oftentimes in spring training we see 3 umpires in a game. Well, Kenta Maeda, it's been a while since he threw his last pitch.
Oro, by the 4th inning, do you have a pretty good idea of what the home plate umpire's strike zone is?
Yeah, a little better than just having a brand new one again.
Puig is hit by a pitch. Just a third base runner of the day for the Dodgers.
And this was a breaking ball that just slipped out of Colin Ray's hands.
Well, if you're going to get hit, you might as well get hit there.
Better than where David Rackley got hit.
One out, one on. A.J. Ellis coming up. But continuing the thought about the knowledge of a home plate umpire's strike zone. Ellis takes high. And Puig is thrown out.
Just got a little bit of a late jump. I like the idea of trying to surprise them. You know, right when you get hit by a pitch, go over there trying to get in the scoring position. It was a high fastball. Unfortunately for Yasiel, it was a high fastball that Betancourt was able to handle and put a good throw on.
Now Ellis with 2 out. If you noticed, it was Chris Guccione, the third base umpire, who was positioned near second base to make that call. Now, what would have happened if there had been a play down the third base line? That would have been Marquez's call, the home plate umpire. So they've got that all figured out. As Ellis fouls it off to the right. Maeda, who likes to hit.
Trying to stay loose right there, using the donut to loosen up.
It's been well over 20 minutes since Maeda last threw a pitch.
Yeah, usually when that happens for a starting pitcher, you take them out with like a 7-0 lead. But here it's just the delay from the injury.
Now 3-2.
Big at bat, turn the lineup over, give a fresh start, maybe even with Maeda with a man on first or second, 2 out.
Into short right. There's Kemp. A 1-2-3 inning that took forever. After 4.5, no score from San Diego. Out 5 and has been very economical. Just 54 pitches, 34 for strikes, worthy of a Carl's Cam replay.
Efficiency comes with location, and that's what he's had, and it's with every one of his pitches, including doing a good job of mixing all of them in using the curveball today.
Made his major league debut here on the 6th of April, and on the first pitch of the bottom of the 5th, dreams of a no-hitter go up in smoke as Melvin Upton Jr. singles to center.
I know it's really easy to say, well, because he sat so long, he ended up missing his spot and giving up a base hit. But regardless of that, it's not about the no-hitter now. It's just about winning this game, go regroup, try to get that ground ball, possible double play.
Of course, these two teams played 11 innings last night. Padres won it on a walk-off walk. Brett Wallace, first pitch swinging, skies one to left, slicing foul, and out of play. Trace Thompson runs out of room. Some good news, bad news in this number. The Dodgers have held the Padres this year to a 177 batting average. Bad news is they're 4-4 with the Pods. So the pitching continues to excel as Maeda misses 1-1.
Yeah, in general, this is a very good pitcher's park, and the Padres offense has not been real good of late.
Two and one to Brett Wallace. Dodgers right now in the midst of a 20-game and 20-day span. This is the 17th game, and they're 7-9 so far. After today, back home for 3 with the Reds. There goes the runner. The pitch is low, and there'll be no throw. Melvin Upton Jr. with his 9th stolen base of the year.
He looked like he was going on first move. You see somebody go on first move, usually it's off a left-handed pitcher, but Melvin Upton Jr. got a really good jump. And A.J. Ellis really had no chance at all between the delivery time of Kenta and the jump. It wouldn't matter if A.J. had a gun, he wouldn't have got him.
Wallace 3-1. Betancourt is on deck. The outfield deep. Thompson, Peterson, and Puig. Three and 2.
Jay and Kenta right now are thinking, what pitch do I want to throw to get the out on the correct side of the field? No out, the man on second. You want to keep him from moving up 90 feet and get the out.
Maeda on 3 and 2. To the right side. Stopped by Utley and throws out Wallace. Terrific play by Utley, keeping the ball in the infield, getting the out, and keeping the runner from scoring.
This is an incredible play by Chase Utley. Warren from showing off the range, but he had the way the ball took him, and he has to spin around and to get something on the throw. Usually you spin the other way and use that momentum of the spin to throw the ball to first, but he had to spin toward his throwing hand. And that was really just the strength of his arm, all arm, to get it over there to first base to finish the play. Incredible, incredible play.
That was the top tier play brought to you by Arco. Now Betancourt, the Dodgers have to bring the infield in. And as expensive as runs have been in this series, this is a very big at bat. Maeda against Betancourt. With a pinch hit home run in the 6th inning on Friday night. And the Padres 7-6 win.
The Padres a lot of credit so far this inning. I mean, one, they get the leadoff base hit, then you get that stolen base. But Brett Wallace doing the job, just moving the runner over. You know, almost got a hit taken away from him, but still went to the correct side. Got to do the little things, especially when pitchers are throwing this well.
2 balls and a strike. Maeda has struck out 5 so far this afternoon. And boy, would he love to have his 6th now with Melvin Upton Jr. at third base, the lead run. Of course, it was Upton Jr. with the walk-off home run on Friday night. Two and one. Now 2-2. So let's see if Maeda can get out of this jam he's in. Into center field for a base hit. Upton will score. Betancourt with a single. And the Padres take a 1-0 lead.
Wasn't hit well, but it was hit in the right spot. A good little cutter away again. He went there 3 times. See AJ reaching down for this ball. Well located. Off the end of the bat, but with the infield pulled in, raises a batter's average about 100 points when you're trying to cut that run down at third.
Alexi Amarista stepping in. Another near sellout. Maybe it is sold out on this Sunday afternoon at Petco, and the Padres with a 1-0 lead. Betancourt's 9th RBI of the season. So he has had an impact on Friday night's game and now Sunday afternoon's game. The backup catcher. Amarista bounced to second in his first at-bat. A switch hitter. Up the middle. Backhanded flip by Utley. Safe at first. The second play he's made today. Just the backhand flip out of the glove.
This one's harder to flip, going to your backhand and to get something on it as compared to when you're charging it with your forehand, glove side, and then flipping it with that momentum. This one you're going away from it and still able to get a nice flip to your shortstop. So another fine play by Chase Utley.
Dodgers flirting with the notion of a replay request. And then they say the heck with it. 2 out, Colin Ray stepping in. Padres are running 2 hits. The Dodgers no runs and 1 hit. Nothing in 1 to Ray, a strikeout victim in his first at bat. Maeda will lead it off in the 6th, and then it'll be Utley and Seager. Into center field for a base hit. So Colin Ray with his 2nd base hit of the year in 17 at-bats. John Jay steps in. He has flied to left and struck out. And Jay has been one of the most clutch hitters in baseball this year. Takes outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. Runners in scoring position. He's 13 for 27. That's .481. Two balls and no strikes.
Chase Utley's made a couple of fine defensive plays this inning to really keep this inning in order. Dodgers only down by 1 because of his glove and agility. And Kenta Maeda now really trying to get the Dodgers in the dugout and give him almost a good half a game to score some runs.
2-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Stephen Piscotty of the Cardinals leads the National League, hitting with runners in scoring position at .488. John Jay second at .481. And Maeda's behind him 3-0. Amarista and Ray the base runners. 3-1. Jay grew up in Miami. Traded from the Cardinals for Jed Jerko over the winter. Here's a 3-1. Outside, ball 4. First walk of the game given up by Maeda. And the Padres have the bases loaded. 2 out, and Will Myers coming up. Coming out is Rick Honeycutt and the interpreter Will Ireton. In the first game back here in April, when Ireton came out, people would say, who is this guy running out on the field? Well, of course, he's allowed. He is the interpreter. And pitcher coach has 30 seconds to dispense his message.
Yeah, and Rick came out and not only to give the message, but to also give him a little bit of a break. The long delay with the umpire injury, and then the run, and now 21 pitches here in the 5th inning, the most of any inning. Giving him a chance to reboot the computer.
There was a 15-minute delay when home plate umpire David Rackley was injured in the top half of the 5th. Will Myers fouls it off to the right, 0-1. They had the 15-minute delay, then the completion of the top half of the 5th. And so by the time Maeda was back out on the hill, about 20-25 minutes. Myers on 0-1. Now it's 0-2. First pitch of the bottom of the 5th. Upton single to center.
Kenta going back into the windup, even though there's bases loaded. Feeling more comfortable there. You have a little more risk with base runners getting bigger jumps if you give up a hit, but he's feeling most comfortable and throwing the ball the best from this delivery. So risk reward. They'll go to the windup.
This will be the 25th pitch of the inning upcoming. So inevitably after the game, Maeda will be asked, what about that time? Here's the 0-2.
Yeah, because this is his worst inning of the game and really is not a bad inning at all, especially if he gets him in the dugout with only the 1 run. It definitely is now a story with the umpire injury and the delay.
Through 54 pitches through the first 4 innings, and this will be the 27th pitch of the 5th. Into right. Here comes Puig, and he can't get it. And 3 runs will score. runners at third, and the Padres have a 4-0 lead.
A weekly hit blooper on a full swing. The Yasiel Puig is tracking, but there is a strong wind blowing from left to right that just kept taking that ball away from him. He's on it, and he's running right toward it, but you see how the route has to change there at the end as the ball lost its velocity. The spin took over, and it starts to curve away from him. Great effort, but just a dagger to have this ball touch outfield grass with bases loaded, 2 out, and just a pop-up.
And the fact that it was a full swing is what made Yasiel have to hesitate, because the tough read when you see that full swing, you hear it off the bat. Sometimes you go off the sound of the bat like, oh, that's a cracked bat or it wasn't hit well, but that one didn't really sound that way. So you got the full swing, so you assume, okay, your first instinct is to stop and read it. How deep is it? And then when you have to charge it like that, he just couldn't get underneath it.
1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Kemp. 0 for 2 this afternoon. So the Dodgers down 4. One and 2 to Kemp. Before and after. First pitch after the delay was a base hit, a clean single to center from Upton. And a walk along the way, and a pop to center. That'll do it. Dodgers trying to shake off the effects of a 4-run nightmare in the bottom of the 5th. Look at the 76 Dodgers calendar. Tomorrow night back at Dodger Stadium, the first of a 3-game series with the Reds, then of course back in the booth. Thursday an off day, and then it's on to New York. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then after that, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the Cubs at Wrigley Field. Kike Hernandez is going to pinch hit for Kenta Maeda. Taking a strike, and it's 0-1. Bad luck and bad karma for Kenta Maeda today. He was doing fine through the first 4. And the injury to David Rackley, the home plate umpire. Game was delayed 15 minutes at that point. That was in the top half of the 5th. After the Dodgers batted through in the top half of the 5th. Maeda came out. The first pitch in the bottom half of the inning, up in the single. And when all was said and done, the little bloop triple that we couldn't quite reach. And the Padres would score 4 and take that 4-0 lead into the 6th inning with Hernandez batting for Maeda. Utley and Seager to follow. Colin Ray delivers a walk to Kike Hernandez to begin the 6th. Colin Ray this year has enjoyed an average of about 5.5 runs of support per start. Well, he's got 4 to work with here in the 6th. Chase Utley 0 for 2. Chase 0 for 4 with a walk last night. 1 ball and no strikes.
Sometimes you have to see the game to know the bad statistics really aren't your fault. Kenta Maeda has turned the corner on what he has brought to the mound with his aggressiveness and his location, and this was a really good outing for him. It's not going to read real good in the box score, and he's been pinch hit for now. It drives you mad as a pitcher to know you're on top of your game, but you're not getting results. Game sometimes not fair, no.
No, and when you're struggling such as the Dodgers, it seems like things like that happen. It really does. When you're, not winning ball games, and then when you are winning, you're on those streaks. It seems like on the flip side, everything's falling in. But I think the Dodgers right here have an opportunity to really turn that feeling around if they can battle back here in these late innings.
Well, Utley does his part. First and second, nobody out. Chase is now 1 for 3.
Coming into the part of the order where these guys are swinging the bat real well. Corey Seager got a walk his last at bat. Before that 0 for 8, but has been hitting the ball real hard. Howie Kendrick swings coming around, and Adrian Gonzalez, we've seen what he did yesterday, getting the base hits to left field.
The Dodgers would desperately like to put a crooked number on the scoreboard here in the 6th. So Seager 0 for 1. Fouls it back. It's 0-1. Pedro Baez is now warming in the Dodger bullpen, so he'll be next. Padres 4-0. Dodgers trying to mount a rally here in the 6th. 1-1 to Seager. Padres with 4 hits. The Dodgers have 2. Seager grounds it foul.
Talked about at the beginning of the game about Dave Roberts to me was almost a challenge to the team about having to really buckle down and focus on pitch to pitch and recognizing the importance of that and opportunities. They need to be better and runners in scoring position. Well, here's an opportunity right here. Here's one of those times. It's not about looking for that real big hit. It's about just getting a hit and continuing the line moving.
Into right field for a base hit. Hernandez on his way home. Seager on his way to third. The Dodgers are on the board. San Diego's lead has been cut to 4-1. Corey Seager with his 23rd run batted in of the year.
Oh, that's a good job by Corey Seager, especially after getting 2 strikes on him. It's a pitch down and he stays on it. It was a good pitch by Colin Ray. And he just stayed on it.
You very easily could have topped that and have been a 3 or 4 hopper that a routine out, but you did. He went down there and got it and shot it through the infield with 1 hop.
Andy Green is out, and he's going to take Colin Ray out along the way. So the Dodgers have a rally going. They've got a run in First and third, nobody out. 4-1 San Diego. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers or visit SoCalBMW.com. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. San Diego, of course, one of the great military towns in the country. Every Sunday, they honor the military, and thus the Padres in their camouflage jerseys, and Kevin Quackenbush now on in relief. His 24th appearance, 2-2 and a 4.87 ERA, but opponents are hitting just 2.03. So the Dodgers have a rally going. A run is in. Kendrick is the tying run at the plate, and he takes a strike, 0-1. So Hernandez begins the inning. The leadoff walk, pinch hitting for Maeda. Utley single to left. Seager single to right for Corey. His 23rd run batted in. He leads the Dodgers in runs batted in. Utley and Seager, third and first. Seager also leads the club in doubles, hits, runs scored. And it gets past Betancourt. It will go to the backstop, and Utley will come in to score. It is 4-2.
Well, that really changes the inning. Kike Hernandez, Chase Utley, Corey Seager getting the job done, and now the wild pitch. Howie Kendrick can stay in his swing, move the runner over to third with less than 2 outs, and then you've got the guy who is very reliable getting guys in from third, and Adrian Gonzalez on deck. All of a sudden, you got a chance to make this a one-run game with a couple of outs.
Kendrick. Oh, look at Will Myers, robbing Howie of a base hit.
You know, if that wasn't a wild pitch, it's a base hit because Will Myers holding the base runner on. I mean, that was a rocket, just unlucky. And after the wild pitch, he moves over, takes away that hole. Perfect positioning, an incredible play, and Howie Kendrick can't believe it. He just throws his hands up to the sky, acting as if, what do I have to do?
Howie is not demonstrative ordinarily, and so that was one of those signs of frustration that you don't often see from Kendrick.
In the first at bat, he got rung up on a fastball in that he thought was a ball, and probably was. There's where the frustration started. The first pitch of this last at bat was in that same location. He's like, okay, but he was mature enough to get right back in there and concentrate. Just catered that ball. Good defensive positioning.
Gonzalez fouls it back. It's 1-1.
It's what makes this game so difficult, from not only from a physical but a mental standpoint. You do everything right. Everything right. Perfect. You square it up, and it's an out.
Maeda gives up 3 on a blooper. And our exit velocity on that ball is a bullet.
Yeah.
It's just not a fair game.
Which one do you want, right?
Yeah.
2-1.
And then if you explain that in the scrum with the media at the end of the game, if you end up losing or winning on either side, that it really just comes down to what was the results. And you sound like you're making excuses when you say, well, they blew one in and we hit a line drive and they caught it.
Off to the left, 2-2.
That's why you got to just keep being consistent. Ultimately, if you do the right thing, you're going to get it going your way the majority of the time.
Trayce Thompson on deck. The woulda, coulda, shouldas, the what ifs. If Kendrick is not robbed of a base hit, Seager comes in to score. Tying run is at first. There's still nobody out.
And even if it was an out, it's still going, and not what I mean by a line. If it was just a ground ball, a hard hit ground ball, at least getting the runner over to third base. That's what also just makes that equally frustrating. So you can accept the out if you still get a job done.
Maeda still on the hook for the decision. Gonzalez is the tying run at the plate. Seager's at second with 1 out in the 6th. Into center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Seager is on his way home without a throw. Third run of the 6th. The Dodgers are within 1. San Diego 4-3. The RBI hit for Adrian Gonzalez.
Good at bat by Adrian Gonzalez. Good read by Corey Seager. He took off right away knowing that that ball was going to fall. That means he knew exactly where the center fielder was prior to when that pitch was made. And Adrian Gonzalez doing a great job driving that ball to center field.
But the Dodgers are playing angry here in the 6th. Thompson 1 for 2.
Kenta Maeda might be the pitcher of record right now with an L by his side, but he could still get a W. We've seen stranger things happen with comebacks.
Strike on the outside corner. 0-2 to Trayce Thompson. An infield hit, and he bounced to second. Thompson with a fly ball to left. Deep, and Upton is there.
Takes a large yard like this and the wind blowing in from left to keep this in the ballpark. Thompson killed this ball, a hanging breaking ball, the same pitch he got in the first pitch of this at bat. After that was a fastball away, and then another hanger that he just doesn't get enough of here. Enough for a lot of places.
And Jock Peterson stepping in. Peterson 0 for 2. A ball and no strikes. The leadoff walk to Hernandez. Utley and Seager singles. Through the middle into center field for a base hit. Gonzalez will hold at second.
There has been nothing soft this inning, including the outs.
And Puig coming up. Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, coming out. Baez will be coming in the next inning for the Dodgers. And there's Brandon Maurer going to work in a hurry. So Puig with the diving attempt with the bases loaded, 2 out on the bloop off the bat of Will Myers. It resulted in 3 runs. Now has a chance to get all even and then some. Gonzalez at second, Peterson at first, low and outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
This is a big at bat for Yasiel Puig. There are times where you look for those moments, especially when you're struggling, that can just change your confidence and change things around for you. Wow, here's moments the Dodgers doing a good job trying to get back into this game, and with 2 outs, knocking them in to tie it would be a huge moment and a huge boost for Yasiel.
And for the team, the way things have been going. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out, 3 in, top of the 6th. Quackenbush on in relief of Ray. Popped up right side, Will Myers. Got it. That'll end the inning, but the Dodgers get off the mat. They come up with 3, leave 2, and after 5.5, Padres 4, Dodgers 3. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the Baconlicious Sourdough Bacon Ranch Combo. Only at Jack in the Box. Pedro Baez now on in relief. Pitched 2/3 of an inning on Friday night. ERA 4.5. Opponents are hitting .221 against him. He has struck out more than 3 for every walk he's given up. So the Dodgers gave up 4 in the bottom half of the 5th, come back with 3 of their own in the top of the 6th. Maeda goes 5 innings, 4 runs, 4 hits, 5 strikeouts and a walk. So close to getting out of that bases loaded 2-out situation, but the bloop hit that dropped in front of Baez cleared the bases and gave the Padres the 4-0 lead till the Dodgers scored their 3 in the top of the 6th. Solarte leading it off, and he is 0 for 2. No balls and 2 strikes to Yangervis Solarte.
And this is where the Dodgers could really use a quick inning.
For sure. As depressing as that blooper was that scored 3 more for the Padres, was as energizing as the comeback was last inning, and now they can look each other in the eye as they come into the dugout to start offense again and pull for each other and have some camaraderie around a positive inning. Fog comes over a dugout when just nothing is going right, from the offensive woes to then the blooper dropping in and falling behind 4-0 with a possible sweep. But those 3 runs and all those hard hit balls last inning, they want to get in the dugout in a hurry.
Baez strikes out Solarte to begin the bottom of the 6th. It's been a long week for the Dodgers. They've lost 4 in a row, 6 of their last 7. In the last 2 games, losing in walk-off fashion. Now Melvin Upton Jr. takes high and in, 1 ball and no strikes. Alana, you're around these guys every day in the clubhouse. What's the temperature down there?
Well, Dave Roberts was saying earlier today, I asked him, I said, is there anything worse than a walk-off walk? I said, what about a walk-off balk? He said, well, at least a walk-off balk is like you're ripping the Band-Aid off. He said, a walk-off walk, you're dying a slow death, guys.
And then the walk-off home run by Upton Jr. the other night. The statistical odds of that happening were near impossible. It was the first walk-off home run ever given up by Kenley Jansen, and the first home run Jansen had ever given up on an 0-2 pitch in his career. And when Jansen in his career had an 0-2 pitch against opposing hitters, they batted collectively .077. And then Upton changed all that. That was Friday night. And last night, as Solana referenced, the walk-off walk. So there's been a couple of tough ones to swallow.
Kenley Jansen has been so good so long, you can't expect him to be perfect, but it hurts when it happens in the midst of where we've had trouble finding a W. 25 saves in a row for Kenley up until that point.
We talk about the quick inning, but also rely on that tempo. And Baez still a little slow. I know he's been working on it, but we still need that tempo to pick it up so the momentum can still stay on the Dodgers side.
Two balls and 2 strikes. 3-2. Steve Traxel used to be a notoriously slow worker. Upton will see another pitch. Well, Upton, who was absolutely lost in his 2 years in Atlanta, came over here last year in the Kimbrel trade, has turned in a very solid season so far. At 262. 6 home runs, 18 runs batted in, 1 for 2, a run scored, and a stolen base today. Has 9 stolen bases. And the 3-2. Golf to right, sprinting over is Puig in foul territory. Here's 2 out. Brett Wallace has been hit by a pitch and bounced out. The Dodgers 7th will have A.J. Ellis, a pinch hitter for Baez, and then Chase Utley. Wallace has 3 home runs. No balls and 1 strike. Padres will fly up to San Francisco after the game, a 3-game series with the Giants, who host the Cubs tonight. Nothing in 2. Brett Wallace.
Pedro Baez going with a couple off-speed pitches right there. He can touch 100 miles an hour, but with 2 change-ups, he and AJ at 87 and 88 miles an hour.
No balls, 2 strikes. Comebacker behind second. Seager makes the play. Nice play turned in by Corey Seager. We head to the 7th. Padres 4 and the Dodgers 3. On in relief for the Padres, and he has been murder on the Dodgers. Been murder on everybody this year. This is his 23rd appearance, an ERA under a half a run, and opposing hitters hitting just 123 against him. Buckner last night pitched the 8th inning and struck out the side, and on Friday night faced 4 batters in the 7th inning and struck out 3 of them. On Hervis Solarte moves from second base to third base. Adam Rosales is now at shortstop, and Alexi Amarista moved from shortstop to second base. And so Andy Green has shuffled the deck. A.J. Ellis takes high and inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Brett Wallace out of the game as Ellis fouls it back, and Justin Turner is on deck. We begin the 7th, and the wheels are turning. 1 ball, 2 strikes to A.J. Ellis, who is 0 for 2 this afternoon.
6 of the 8 guys the Dodgers sent to the plate last inning hit the ball hard. Kiki Hernandez walked to lead off the inning before the 3 spot went up there.
But the Dodgers have yet to put the ball in play against Buckner this weekend. 2-2.
Big challenge and a new challenge for this game, but guys on the bench are probably saying, let's get this guy. Let's get him now. He's got us. We owe him one.
And the short center, John Jay. Got a late start, but makes the play. Tomorrow when the Dodgers host the Reds, the first 40,000 fans at the stadium will receive a Dodger neck pillow courtesy of Emirates Airlines. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Turner swings and misses.
Now the Dodgers right now are just looking something to wake them back up. I think they had some momentum that last in the tempo just kind of slowed them down. And now they got to get back, and they had such a great inning on the offensive side last inning. Now just looking for somebody, you know, maybe that base hit gets something on and get them going again.
Buckner has just dominated them. Missing outside. 2-1. Buckner, by and large, a journeyman until he hooked on here in San Diego. And there's a fly ball to left field. It's on its way, and it is gone. And Justin Turner has tied the score into the second deck. Turner's 3rd home run of the year and his 2nd of the weekend.
That is not a spark, Nomar. That's a fire.
Yes, what I was looking for. Coming off the bench, pitch hitting, they're needing it, gets that fastball. We've been talking about the power of the Dodgers. April didn't have much, but month of May it seems to be coming back, and coming back for the youngsters, and also coming back for that guy, Justin Turner.
Turner with that big 2-run home run on Friday night that brought the Dodgers back from behind, and of course that Upton home run in the bottom of the 9th would break their hearts.
7 of the 12 runs the Dodgers scored in this series comes via the home run.
One ball, 1 strike to Chase Utley. Third career pinch hit home run for Justin Turner. One out in the 8th and the 7th. Years ago, it was here in San Diego that the Dodgers began their big turnaround. Perfectly positioned is Amarista in short right. In July of 2013, like the Dodgers are today, there were 2 games under 500. But it was here in San Diego where that remarkable turnaround began. And we'll go on that historic 42 out of 50 run. Into center field, and John Jay will make the play on that gyroscope fly ball. But Justin Turner, with his 3rd pinch hit home run of his career, his 3rd home run of the season, has tied the score at 4 at the 7th inning stretch. Well, Justin Turner with a big home run. That's 2 clutch home runs in the last 3 games. Gave the Dodgers the brief lead in the 8th inning on Friday night. And the Dodgers, trailing 4-0 in this game, have pulled all even as we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. And you're looking at Chris Hatcher, about to make his 20th appearance of the year. Baez comes in and retires the Padres in order in the 6th. Hatcher will be facing Betancourt, Amarista to begin the bottom half of the 7th. Betancourt, a big base hit and an RBI in the 4-run 5th inning. So the Padres took the 4-0 lead. In the top half of the 5th, at least to this point of the game, the turning point, Jock Peterson, a foul tip, got home plate umpire David Rackley. It took a while for Rackley to come off the field under his own steam, but there was about a 15-minute delay. Then the Dodgers would continue the top half of the 5th and hit. And about 20 minutes later, 25 minutes later, first pitch, So Betancourt is fouled back, 0-1. Maeda came out. He had had a no-hitter through 4. First pitch he threw to Melvin Upton with a clean single into center field. By the end of the inning, the bases were loaded with 2 out. Will Myers was the batter, and he blooped one in front of Yasiel Puig. Got past Puig sufficiently that the bases cleared. Myers would arrive at third, and the Padres would have a 4-0 lead. And it looked like the Dodgers were doomed. Hatcher delivers a strike, and it's 1-2. But the Dodgers got off the mat and scored 3 in the 5th. And then the Turner home run tied the score at 4, where we are now in the bottom of the 7th. So Hatcher trying to regain some confidence after a patch of bad road. Adrian Gonzalez. First out of the 7th. Adam Rosales will be on deck after the Amarista at bat. Alexi Amarista, 1 ball, no strikes.
Another one of those innings where you're trying to keep the momentum. Chris Hatcher, if he can have a clean inning like Pedro Baez did, get back in the dugout and get to swinging the bats again.
2 balls, no strikes.
These are the counts that have hurt Chris Hatcher. It's not about stuff with him. It's really pitching ahead. When he pitches ahead, then of course you can go shoot more for the corners, but he's gotten hurt when he's been in the middle of the plate and behind in the count.
2-0 to Amarista, who came up with the Angels. Been his first couple of seasons there, and Hatcher falls behind 3-0.
Well, Hatcher, we know, has the velocity, and as a hitter, it's a lot easier to hit when you know the fastball is coming. And when he gets behind, you just know here comes the fastball.
Right, 3-1. Well, there's the walk. Adam Rosales coming up. Chase Utley is going to the mound to talk with Hatcher.
Amarista's got 3 stolen bags down there at first, only 1 caught stealing. I'm sure Utley was talking about keeping him close.
Rosales turned 33 the other day, came up with the Reds in 2008, Oakland, Texas, and now San Diego. Amarista fresh off the DL. He had a hamstring issue. Popped it up, left side, Seager in foul territory. That's the 2nd out. Looking ahead to the top of the 8th, Howie Kendrick, Adrian Gonzalez, and Trace Thompson will be coming up. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 4 runs and 4 hits for the Padres. John Jay flied to left, struck out, walked, and scored a run. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Amarista dancing off first base. If he was inclined to go, he could have picked Chris Hatcher's pocket. So we'll keep an eye on him. Hatcher having trouble with his shoelaces.
Quick snap throw, and you get him leaning the wrong way. You got a shot at it.
Since the 5th inning, when home plate umpire David Rackley was injured, we're working with just 3 umpires. Crew Chief Larry Vanover at first base. So now 2-0 to Jay. Will Myers is on deck. Another quick toss.
With extra special attention over there at first base with a 2-0 count, you can't pitch out, so you've got to keep him close on your own and prevent the steal.
There he goes. Throw to second. Not in time. So Amarista, everybody in the park knew he was going to go. It's just a matter of when. Steals his 4th base of the year.
Pretty good jump, but really the delivery by Chris Hatcher with the higher leg kick doesn't really give AJ a chance. The time it takes a pitcher to get the ball home once he moves is somewhere hopefully from 1.3 seconds or under. You get above that, catcher has no chance because their best throws are going to be best in the world, probably about 175 when they're really on, and the average is right around 1.9 to 2 flat. Most good base stealers can run to second base from their leadoff and under 3-3.
That's Amarista. He is the lead run at second. John Jay is a .481 hitter with runners in scoring position. Hatcher's behind 3-0. To short. Seager from his knees. They still get him. Oh, the Dodgers can exhale, and there is the 4-time Gold Glove winner, Adrian Gonzalez, saving the bacon of Seager and the Dodgers. Necessity being the mother of invention. The #1 live streaming sports service delivers every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 devices. Includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Kendrick to center and gone. Howie Kendrick, his first home run of the year, and the Dodgers, who are down 4-0, now have a 5-4 lead in the top half of the 8th.
And maybe throwing your hands up and looking up and say, well, after his last at-bat with that line drive when he was robbed with a man on second base, he comes back, stays with an approach, stays with it, believes in himself, and drives it to center field.
So the Dodgers with a couple of home runs today. One, the pinch hit home run for Turner in the 7th, the leadoff home run for Kendrick in the 8th.
He does a good job because it's a breaking ball. It's a breaking ball that he stays on. He doesn't pull out. Front shoulder doesn't fly open. He stays on it. Takes it right back up the middle. Taking Chris Woodward's handoff.
Exactly.
So the Dodgers, if they can hang on and win this one, this is more than just a victory. After the 2 painful losses and frankly a very difficult week. Gonzalez grounds to second for the first out of the 8th.
I'm sure Howie Kendrick stung Chris Woodward's hand there around third and really stung that ball. You're facing a guy who throws 95 as an average fastball, and to be able to hit the slider on the very first pitch like that, that's some really good mechanics.
4th home run of the year given up by Mauer. And Turner's home run was the 2nd of the year given up by Ryan Buckner.
Remember a home run hit here by Steve Sachs on the very first pitch of the season, where he came around third and broke Joey Amalfitano, our third base coach's thumb. High-fived him so much.
Sachs.
Only Saxon would do that.
Saxon. Into center field, John Jay there.
And he didn't even like high five him. He like came down on his thumb. You know, to break somebody's thumb with a high five, it's like Joe had his hand out about waist high, and Saxy came like straight down.
Saxon. 2 out, and here's Jock Peterson.
Saxy, who asked Tommy Lasorda for the sports page from the Wall Street Journal.
Peterson 1 for 3, and the Dodgers a 5-4 lead. Back-to-back sellouts for the Dodgers and the Padres, 43,100 today. 4th sellout of the year for the Pods. That's Lewis Coleman warming up in the Dodger bullpen. He has now inherited the responsibilities of the 8th inning. 1-2 to Jock Peterson. On 1-2, time called. The Padres have had 4 sellouts this year, 3 of them with the Dodgers. Opening day last night and this afternoon. Puig on deck. And he will bat in the next inning as Peterson has been struck out. But Howie Kendrick, with his 10th home run as a Dodger, his first of the year. And the Dodgers, who are down 4, now lead by 1. Gives the Dodgers the lead on his first home run of the year in the 7th inning. Justin Turner, who's your everyday third baseman, had the afternoon off and would hit a pinch hit home run. That would tie the score. The Kendrick home run would give the Dodgers the lead. And now Lewis Coleman, who has been handed the 8th inning responsibilities, at least for today, making his 21st appearance. And he has been lights out against right-handed hitters. And he'll be facing Will Myers, Matt Kemp, and the switch-hitting Yangervis Solarte.
Of late, other than Sal's meltdown last night with the walk-off walk, the bullpen had 4 no-hit innings going into that inning. So these guys again building a bridge, looking to get Kenley Jansen out there with a lead in the 9th. To help him start a new consecutive save streak. Turn this whole club around going into the homestand against the Reds.
There's Kenley. Myers had that bloop triple in the 5th inning. Coleman missing outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Myers 1 for 3. Now the sun and the shadows, not yet an issue, but won't make it any easier. Coleman misses outside, 3-0. Matt Kemp is on deck. Myers takes a strike, and it's 3-1. A leadoff walk in the bottom of the 8th. That's never much good.
Playing in traffic is not real safe, and pitching in traffic, especially when you set the table with a free pass, is not a lot of fun. Dodger defense now going to have to bear down. Lewis Coleman really good at getting ground balls. Try and get a double play right here.
Right-handed hitters this year hitting just 111 against Coleman. So the leadoff walk. Kemp is 0 for 3 as he steps in. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Kemp down to 227. Hitless in 8 at-bats in the series. He's been struck out 4 times. He swings and misses, badly beaten on the slider, and it's 0-2. Well, Coleman's strength is the slider to right-handed hitters, and Kemp's weakness is the slider from right-handed pitchers.
And oftentimes with a guy who drops down like Coleman can induce a lot of ground balls, and they could use one for a possible double play here.
Utley shaded towards second base. Way outside. 1-2.
We've seen Lewis and AJ in these situations change the eye line of a hitter right here. So if he does decide to go up, it'll be near the shoulders. If not, going back to the slider, low and away.
Matt Kemp, boy, is he in a slump in his last 16 games, 7 for his last 62. It's 113. Didn't even play Friday night. They tried to give him a night off and regroup. Solarte, the switch hitter on deck, and then the right-handed hitting Upton after that. One and 2 to Matt Kemp. Swung on and missed, strike 3. The slider.
Oh, when you're confident with it, you can keep it down in the zone, because when it's down there, even if he happens to make contact, it would usually be a ground ball, but he's able to get him swinging. Now just keep going with the momentum.
Kemp 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. He was 0 for 4 and 3 strikeouts last. Solarte 0 for 3. One out, one on. Bottom of the 8th. High.
Got an interesting possible rematch between Kenley Jansen and Upton Jr., who hit the home run off him and sent us home in game 1. Kenley's up in earnest and throwing.
But Coleman falls behind 2-0.
Kenley was just available for the 9th. He wouldn't be up right now. He gets up as the Dodgers head into hit. And the fact that he was up at the beginning of this inning when Coleman came in is that he's told Dave Roberts that he's available today for more than 3 outs.
Two balls and 1 strike to Yangervis Solarte. Had a career year last year with the Padres, played 152 games. Those hits, runs, doubles, triples, home runs, RBIs, and highest batting average he'd ever had before. switch hitting utility man. Myers with decent speed. He's got 6 stolen bases this year in 7 tries. Solarte takes low, 3-1. Coleman walked the leadoff hitter Myers, struck out Kemp, and now has fallen behind 3-1 to Solarte. Now 3-2. Coleman asked Ellis out for a chat. On 3-2, you suppose they send Myers? They do. Ground ball, right side, stays out of the double play by Ryan. Myers will go to second base. Solarte grounds to Utley, 2 gone.
Utley thought about it for a second. That ball was hit hard. He did a good job staying with it, especially with the runner kind of crossing his view of the ground ball.
Sometimes when you see a ball hit this hard, they go for the double play because they know they can get the guy at first even with an exchange because it was hit so hard.
That was smart right there. A smart play, just making sure of that one. First base, get 2 outs now. Allow Coleman to focus on the batter.
Well, Dave Roberts is going to come out. He's going to make a double switch. Kenley Jansen will be coming in. 2 out. Tying run. Will Myers, good speed at second base. On the bottom of the 8th, Jansen on his way in. The rematch between Jansen and Upton when we come back. Six feet 5 inches, 270 pounds out of Curacao, Kenley Jansen. On the right side, Melvin Upton Jr., 6'3" and 185. It was the smaller man who won the big battle on Friday night. First time Kenley Jansen had ever given up a walk-off home run. And so now he's got a chance for a little payback. Upton today is 1 for 3. Myers a tying run at second with 2 out. One ball and no strikes. So what is each guy thinking now?
Kenley's looking for redemption, and Upton Jr. is probably trying to stay in the same groove he's been in. It hasn't just been Kenley Jansen who he's been hitting well. He's had a pretty good swing throughout the year.
And if you're a hitter right now, you're feeling pretty confident. You just say, listen, just don't change a thing. Don't try to overswing.
94, it's 1-1. Brett Wallace, or in fact a pinch hitter, Hector Sanchez in the on deck circle will bat if Upton keeps this inning alive. One and two.
Last year, Kenley was accused of coming into outings and kind of easing into them and got himself revved up a little bit more as the second half of the season last year got going. There's no need to rev him up here. 94 each pitch, facing the guy that gave him a lot of disappointment on Friday.
First blown save of the year and first one in almost a year. The 1-2. We'll do it again.
He wanted that pitch up, and that looked like the same spot that he hit the home run on.
Carl Crawford in left field, part of the double switch. But Trace Thompson is out of there. Crawford will bat third in the ninth. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Dodgers the 5-4 lead. Jansen's 5th pitch to Upton. Into short right center. Peterson can't get it. It rolls to the wall. Upton is on his way to third. And the score is tied at 5.
Got the last pitch where he wants to. The first one here kind of overthrown for a ball, but then he gets back into the count with some good heaters, getting it by Upton. Then they want it up, and he makes a little mistake down right here. He gets it up where they want, but Upton makes an adjustment right there, shortened his swing, and really just placed that ball in the perfect place. It wasn't hit very hard. It was hit to a place where it was in the gap, and that wind that's coming from left field pushed it away from Joc Pederson, and the Dodgers are back to tied.
Hector Sanchez, first pitch, pops it up in the infield near the mound. Who's going to take it? Utley takes charge, and that will end the inning. The leadoff walk to Myers comes back to bite the Dodgers. Upton, a triple, has tied the score at 5.
coming up next, Access Sportsnet Dodgers Jamie Maggio and Jerry Hairston Jr. will break down what happened in this one. Welcome back into Petco Park, everybody. I will also be in the clubhouse talking to Dave Roberts about hopefully a come-from-behind win for the Los Angeles Dodgers. We'll also find out from Kenta Maeda what worked and what didn't. We'll talk to Howie Kendrick, hopefully, and Justin Turner as well, guys.
So we go to the ninth, and Melvin Upton Jr. has tormented Kenley Jansen and the Dodgers twice in this 3-game series. The walk-off winning home run on Friday night in the game-tying triple in the bottom of the 8th. There's the second blown save in 48 hours for Kenley Jansen. So here's Fernando Rodney. His 18th appearance. Pitched an inning last night, walked a batter. Still hasn't given up an earned run. Tied at 5. The Dodgers 7 hits and the Padres have 5. Puig, Ellis, and Crawford will bat in the 9th inning. Up the middle and into center field for a base hit. A leadoff single for Yasiel Puig. Takes the big turn. The Dodgers are in business in the top of the 9th.
Yasiel doing a good job getting that leadoff guy on base, taking it right back up the middle. You know, he's had a couple here where we've seen him pop up where he's just missed some pitches. And that one, he was able to drive it back.
He would be the lead run as A.J. Ellis steps in. Ellis 0 for 3 today. A.J. has not faced Rodney before. Crawford, who's on deck, is 4 for 10 against Rodney. Ellis has always been good with the bat. He's a terrific bunter. An ideal candidate. With Solarte in at third, up and in. Boy, that was dangerous business. And now Puig takes second base.
Good job by Yasiel Puig, because that was not an easy read, because it comes up and in and A.J. Ellis, and then it's kind of behind him as far as your angle from leadoff at first base. But he sees it, gets a jump, and gets into scoring position.
The key was not to overslide the bag. And he did. So it goes as a wild pitch. And the Dodgers now with the lead run, scoring position in the 9th. Padres scored 4 in the 5th, the Dodgers 3 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, each team with a run in the 8th. Now Ellis fouls it, 2-1.
Yasiel get a good lead out there, get a good secondary lead, and if he's bunting, make sure it's on the ground.
Ellis, perfect. Where was Puig?
I don't know.
And nearly gets caught napping.
Oh my goodness, what a mistake right there. Ellis does his job, bunted to third base. Did what he was supposed to do, pulled the third baseman off the bag right there. Yasiel, well, now it's on there. Now you go. You got to go. You get in there easily. Standing up, not a problem.
No matter where the bunt is, as long as it's on the ground, you're supposed to go. And Yasiel almost went back into his old thinking, which is ground ball in front of me, I freeze. Well, not on a bunt.
There he is, just standing there and almost gets picked off.
So there's one out. The infield can play back instead of forcing the infield in. The whole idea of bunting down the third base line with a runner at second is to vacate the bag at third so there's nobody there to take a throw.
And the only way where you feel like, oh, maybe I shouldn't go is if they were running the wheel play, where the shortstop comes behind you and breaks toward the third. But they usually, teams aren't going to do a wheel play when there's nobody on first. They do that when they can force it, when it's first and second, and they can force the runner out at third base. So there was no wheel. Ellis did the job.
And there's no reason that Puig shouldn't be at third. The 1-1. Into left. Upton. 2 out.
Well, Ellis, you're supposed to bunt to third base. Bring the third base. Make him field it. And you see Ellis yelling at him, run. I did my job. The frustration. Coming down to the end, these close ball games, Dodgers have been doing a tremendous job to come back into this game. And you can't have a mental mistake at this stage of the game.
You saw Rosales sprinting to third. He would have been in no position whatsoever to take a throw. So now here's Utley. To strike, nothing in 1.
Yeah, CL did a great job moving up on the pass ball / wild pitch. And then just brain cramped.
The look of exasperation on the face of A.J. Ellis as he was running to first base spoke volumes. Utley, fly ball slicing down the left field line into the stands.
And nobody feels worse than Yasiel. And he has been so good with his work ethic and his discipline. And you just hate to see that creep back up on him, a mental error. But it just looms large when it's in the middle of what the Dodgers are going through right now on this road trip.
Scratching and clawing their way back into the game. It's tied at 5. 2 out in the 9th. Utley into right field, and there is Kemp. No runs, 1 hit, 1 big man left. Top of the ninth with a single to center, went to second on a wild pitch. And A.J. Ellis attempting to sacrifice, laid down a perfect sacrifice bunt down the third base line, and for whatever reason, Puig remained locked at second base. Crawford then would fly to left. Utley would fly to right. We go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 5. Christian Bettencourt, first pitch, fouls it back, 0-1. So now the Padres with a chance for another walk-off win. 1-1. What's a manager to do? Into right. Puig is there. First out of the bottom of the ninth. Alexi Amarista coming up. These two teams played 11 innings last night. 3 hours and 25 minutes on Friday night. Amarista fouls it off to the left, and it's 0-1.
And today we had that 15-minute delay too, the injury to home plate umpire David Rackley. Said after that, the game really changed.
It really did. You had a pitcher's duel between Ray and Maeda. Rackley took a foul tip in a place no man wants. He was down for a long time. Game was delayed 15 minutes by the time Rackley would come off the field. There's a liner down the right field line, foul. And Alfonso Marquez would have to come in and put on the gear. That was just the top half of the fifth. And by the time the bottom of the fifth rolled around, Kenta Maeda, about 25 minutes. He had given up no hits for the first 4 innings. Upton a leadoff single, and by the time the bottom of the fifth was done, the Padres had scored 4. Into left, Crawford is there. So really it's been a tale of 2 games. The first 4 were scoreless. 5-5 from the 5th inning on. Ebbs and flows of momentum. Padres fly up to San Francisco after the game. The Dodgers go home and host the Reds for 3, then hit the road on Thursday, a weekend series in New York, and then 4 games in Chicago. Rosales, his second at bat of the day, fouled out in his first. And then in the bottom of the 8th for the second time in 48 hours, Melvin Upton spoiled Kenley Jansen's picnic. Tripled home the game tying run, of course, Friday night. The 2-run walk-off home run in the 11th. 1-2. 1-2 to Jansen with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th. It's now 2-2. Well, you know this is going to be the last inning for Jansen. Two and two, way high, 3-2.
Now left in the bullpen, you got Libator and Blanton, J.P. Howell, and Sal.
And it didn't end too well for Sal last night. Three and two to Rosales. Down on strikes, and that's going to do it. So Jansen retires the Padres in order. And for the second time in this 3-game series, we're going to extra innings. The Dodgers has come up with a couple of big hits. That's Alexi Ramirez now taking over at shortstop. And taking over on the hill is Carlos Villanueva, making his 18th appearance. Villanueva 2 2/3 on Friday night. Gave up 2 runs and 3 base hits, including a home run to Puig. We begin the 10th, and Corey Seager stepping in. Seager is 1 for 3 and a walk. Extra innings this year. Dodgers 3-2, the Padres 3-0. 1-run games. Dodgers 4-7, and the Padres 7-10. With that, now it's up to them. Seager to first. Myers will take it himself. Joe Blanton going to work. He will pitch in the bottom of the 10th. Howie Kendrick in the 8th inning. His first home run of the year, his 10th as a Dodger, gave the Dodgers an albeit brief 5-4 lead, but the Padres would score a run in the bottom of the 8th. So here we are in the 10th. One ball, no strikes. And the short center, John Jay, 2 gone. This is where a game like this is so mentally draining on everybody.
To fall down 4-0 with the bloop triple, to climb back in with such momentum and hitting the ball hard in the 6th and getting 3, and then the home runs from Turner and Kendrick. And Yasiel kind of letting the air out of the dugout and not moving up on Ellis's bunt. So you just get drained from the depression and the elation.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
It sure
And
is.
it's such a long week. And more bad than good. And forced to play extra innings again.
And this is where you really have to battle with yourself coming down the stretch and go, okay, well, we've been doing it. We did an unbelievable job getting back into this game, and still believe in yourself and find some way to try to pull this off.
Two out, nobody on. Adrian was in a 2-0 count, got a breaking ball. He's keyhole in a fastball and trying to cheat, looking for that home run.
And to second base. And Marisa throws him out, and the Dodgers go in order. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th, top of the order for the Padres. Jay, Myers, and Kemp coming up. About to make his 21st appearance. Blanton 2 innings last night, 27 pitches. 18 for strikes.
He is not afraid of work. Either a long outing like 3-4 innings or even 3-4 days in a row. Being around Joe, he's really learned his body, how to prepare himself, how to play catch before the game and get into his routine, and he does not mind pitching every day.
Opposing hitters hitting just 153 against him. He's given up a couple of home runs and struck out 22, walked 8. John Jay leading it off for the Padres in the bottom of the 10th. Jay is 4 for 10 against Blanton. Myers on deck, 1 for 2. And Kemp 4 for 22. Jay takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Ball, 1 strike. 2-1. Peterson and Crawford. It is Crawford making the catch. This week, the Dodgers never left the state of California, yet it has been a grind. 2 at home with the Angels, 2 in Anaheim, the 3 here. One and 1 to Will Myers. His triple scored a run and knocked in 3. Center, left center. Crawford is in.
Good job by Crawford to get to that ball, because that was left center. Usually you would see the center fielder get that, but you had Jock Peterson playing right center on that ball, way over there. And Crawford recognizing that, and he did not hesitate. Had a good jump on it to get to that ball.
Myers has got those full swing cue shots down.
Matt Kemp 0 for 4, 2 punch-outs. Last night, Kemp 0 for 4, Brecken 0 for 3, and 3 strikeouts. One ball, 1 strike to the slumping Matt Kemp. At 2 1/4. One and 2. A buffet of sliders.
Joe Blanton wanted it, but it was just off the plate. Same pitch they've been getting Matt Kemp out with. He's been chasing this. He didn't pull the trigger on this one, and it just misses.
Two and 2. There's a slider, and that's that for Kemp. 1, 2, 3 for Joe Blanton, who is scheduled to lead off the bottom half or the top half of the 11th. is going to pinch hit for Joe Blanton as we head to the top half of the 11th. Padres have Travis Jankowski and catcher Derek Norris still on the shelf. So Blanton pitches a perfect inning in the 10th. 12 pitches, 7 strikes, including the strikeout of Matt Kemp. Grandal fouled one off his right ankle last night. Fouls it back, 0-1. X-rays, iced it down. And there is now nobody left on the bench. As we begin the 11th inning. 1-1. Grandal has not faced Villanueva before. Now 2-1. Five runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers. 5 runs, 5 hits for the Padres. As Adam Libator warms in the Dodger pen. He'll be next. 2-2. Grandal at 196. He has 3 home runs, 2 of the 3 from the left-hand side of the plate. Grandal is done. First out of the 11th. Now Jock Peterson stepping in. Peterson is 1 for 4. Leads the Dodgers with
big swing by Jock Peterson. I hear your extra innings and you have the power of Jock Peterson. This is where you might give yourself 2 chances to try to hit one out. You get 2, and then once if you get 2 strikes and you foul, then it's back to that 2 strike. Then try to worry about getting on. Right here, why not?
Leads the club with 8 home runs. Outside, 1-1. Up the middle, backhanded at second base, and he's out by a step.
Wow. Solarte was fortunate the way that ball kind of bounced. It would look like it was crawling up his arm and landed in his throwing hand because he didn't field this cleanly right there. He was very lucky with that bounce and was still able to make that play.
A really solid player, Solarte. Switch hitter to play all the infield positions. Runs well. Now 2 out and Puig. On Friday night in the 5th inning, he hit a home run off Villanueva. Balls and no strikes. Tied at 5 with 2 out in the 11th. Well, if the Dodgers are going to feed Kemp sliders, the Padres say, well, we're going to feed Puig sliders until they can show they can beat them. 3-1 with a fastball.
Here's the one where Yasiel is going to take the mighty swing. 2 out, nobody on. He had a really good cut earlier, just missed it.
3-1 with 2 out. There's a slider.
And they knew it too.
With Liberatore warming in the Dodger bullpen, Solarte Upton will be hitting in the 9th. I'm sorry, in the 11th. Here's a 3-2. A slider. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. We are still tied at 5. In last night's 11-inning game is on to pitch the bottom half of the 11th, making his 17th appearance of the year. Solarte will be leading it off against Liberatore. He is 0 for 4 this afternoon. Padres have 2 bench players left. The Dodgers have none. Liberatore is the 7th Dodger pitcher. Of the day.
2.5 innings. We haven't had a run scored in this game, and it's not going to get any easier as the shadows start to creep in. It's turning out to be a Sunday night baseball game.
Well, last night we played under a full moon. By the time this game is over, it'll be a crescent.
It was one the Dodgers badly need. A lot of positives today that they could build off of if they can find a way to win this one.
2 balls, no strikes to Solarte, the switch hitter. And Liberatore misses high and outside, 3-0. You often hear the term about the grind of a season. about a season's worth of a grind today. And a 4-pitch walk to Solarte. An ominous beginning to the bottom of the 11th.
Cost the Dodgers back in the 8th inning, where they were able to get that leadoff walk to come around and score, especially with this man up at the plate against Kenley Jansen.
Myers walked in the 11th to lead off the inning, and Melvin Upton Jr. would triple him home off Kenley Jansen. Speaking of Upton Jr., he's 2 for 4 today and hitting a solid .265. Of course, he had the walk-off home run on Friday night. Nothing in 2. Of course, he didn't miss a walk-off home run last night by much. Liberatore on 0-2.
Nomar, so much is said about shadows and what it affects the hitter. Does it affect the fielders the way Corey Seager's over there in the shadows and Howie Kendrick?
It can, yes. And there's a couple of things that can affect the fielders right now at this stage of the game. Not only the shadows, but also when the dirt starts getting dry. It also becomes a different bounce.
No balls, 2 strikes. Just high. 1-2. Crawford in shadow in left, Peterson in shadow in center, and Puig in sunlight in right. This is going to be trouble for the Dodgers. Kendrick is going to make the throw too late, and it gets past Gonzalez. And now, for whatever reason, Upton gets caught in a rundown, and he's out at first base. But going to third is Solarte. Well, we've seen some base running today, and not much of it all that good.
And I don't know what happened to Upton on this play right here, but you see the effort there by Liberatore and Howie trying to make a great play and get by them. And then I don't know Upton what he's looking at. He just needed to go. He had to recognize that he went in front of him, and that he should just go to second. But he stopped.
The Padres have requested a replay.
I don't know if they're requesting that he didn't think he was tagged out at first base. But you can see right there, that's a great angle where he just kept going into second, would have been there easy. But he stopped, and they had the play at first.
This is what they're looking at.
They're going to try to decide to see if Adrian, when he touches his leg, does he get the hand in there before that tag right there?
Misses the hand.
Gets him there on like his hip, but did he get the hip before his other hand touched first base. It's a tough call.
Alfonso Marquez and Larry Vanover listening to the folks in New York. So it's either first and third and nobody out, or Solarte at third with one man out.
No matter what this call is here, you might see the Dodgers build the inning to bases loaded and one out or no out, because they have to prevent the run.
The call is upheld. Now Alexei Ramirez Dodgers will bring the infield in. Carl Crawford at the moment is entirely too deep in left. They're going to intentionally walk Ramirez. Christian Bettencourt will hit. It began with the leadoff walk. Padres scored the tying run in the 8th on a leadoff walk. They're threatening to win the game in the bottom of the 11th after the leadoff walk. Carl Crawford in left is very deep. And he doesn't have the world's greatest arm.
Yeah, the three outfielders, he should almost be the shallowest.
Yeah.
To catch the line drive. But he might be using a little bit of that depth to be able to get behind the ball and help his arm.
So the infield is in. Runners at the corners. Bottom of the 11th. And Bettencourt takes a strike. It's 0-1. Bettencourt one for 4. Now he hit a home run on Friday. No balls, 1 strike, and 1 out. Nothing and 2.
Nice block by A.J. Ellis. You know what your pitcher wants to do with this off-speed pitch with the game on the line at third base. But you take the game on your own shoulders when you put your fingers down to call that pitch, and then you block it.
No balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Solarte 90 feet away. He's the game-winning run. But Bettencourt is down on strikes. Two out.
The pitch that Adam Liberatore has been really working on this changeup, and boy, is it a great weapon. We saw it the other night, and look at the bottom drop out. It's almost acting like a screwball.
Big pitch right there by Adam Liberatore. Now he really has to battle himself and not to give up right here. Not just to assume that was the toughest at bat. Now really bear down here.
Alexei Amarista takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Dodgers lost walk-off games Friday night, last night, 5-5, bottom of the 11th this afternoon. Liberatore misses high and outside, 2-0.
Talked about this strategy yesterday with Sal, that he had 3 batters to get 1 out. But it unwound on him with all the balls he started throwing walking. But Adam Liberatore has 2 batters with second base open to get 1 out.
The 2-0. Involves 1 strike to Alexi Amarista. Solarte is at third. Alexi Ramirez is at first, but he is inconsequential. On 2-1. Now 3-1. Bottom of the 11th. Amarista takes a strike, 3-2.
Good pitcher's pitch, not giving in and really lighting up that corner. You got to make one more.
On 3-2 to Amarista. Into left center field. Crawford is there. And the band played on. We'll go to the 12th. Adam Liberatore into and out of trouble. Carlos Villanueva beginning his 3rd inning of relief. He has retired all 6 Dodger batters that he has faced. .350 pitches have been thrown today. Here's your 351st. Outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. Ellis 0 for 4 with a fly ball to center field. And drifting over is John Jay. Game is now 4 hours old. 36 players have been used. The Dodgers have used 19. The Padres have used 17. And here is Crawford. 36 of the 50 available players have been put to work. The Dodgers have no more bench players. Padres still have 2. Villanueva on 0-1. Now 0-2 to Carl Crawford. Still in the bullpen for the Dodgers, Chin-Wei Sao and J.P. Howell. Liberatore, 22 pitches in the 11th. And the 0-2. High and outside. Villanueva, the 6th Padre pitcher. Dodgers have used 7. Crawford fouls it back.
Since David Rackley was hurt behind home plate, Alfonso Marquez is now umpired twice as long almost. He's got a chance to get a CG.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Crawford, and that one gets Bettencourt. On the wrist. Trying to tell himself it really doesn't hurt that bad.
Now he's thinking, okay, I got to catch a ball coming in here too.
The wrist and the brain, at the moment, there's a disconnect. Two and two with 1 out. And Crawford down on strikes. That's the 3rd strikeout for Villanueva. He has retired 8 Dodgers in a row. And Chase Utley coming up. The Shadows now must be miserable for the hitters.
They are, and that last pitch was a nasty pitch by Villanueva, and the fact that those shadows don't help any. I mean, it started off, looked like a strike, then it got in the shadows, and when it hit the shadows is when it even dropped out of the zone.
Utley is 1 for 5. 1 ball, no strikes. J.P. Howell warming in the Dodger pen. Utley fouls it back, and it's 1-1. After Howell, only Chin-Wei Sao, and he walked home the game-winning run last night. One and 1 to Utley. He's got 2 home runs on the year. Checks his swing. 2-1. Utley looking to bunt with the whole left side of the infield there for the taking. 2-2. So you got Villanueva in the sun. The shadow cuts about halfway between the plate and the mound. Oh, it must just be a joy up there.
What's worse, Nomar, sun to shadow or shadow to sun?
Sun to shadow.
The pupils just can't adjust quick enough.
Oh, Will Myers robs Utley of a double. Nothing across for the Dodgers. We go to the bottom of the 12th. J.P. Howell is coming on in. Is now the 8th Dodger pitcher of the day. Maeda went 5, 4 runs and 4 hits. Then it's been Baez, Hatcher, Coleman, Jansen, Blanton, Lipitor, and now J.P. Howell. That's what's left in the bullpen. The pickings are slim. Dodgers have no bench players. And with Derek Norris leading off here in the bottom half of the 12th, the Padres will have one bench player left, Travis Jankowski. Norris on the year 178, 4 home runs and 7 runs batted in. Now delivers a strike, and it's 0-1. Howell pitched a perfect 10th inning last night. Missing outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Norris 1 for 2 in his brief encounters with J.P. Howell. This is way outside. 2-1. John Jay on deck. 0 for 4 against Howell. Now A.J. Ellis is going to go out and have a check. Into our 5th hour. Norris into short center. 1 out in the 12th. Hope we beat the morning rush hour.
I hope we get a W first.
John Jay. 0 for 4, a walk and a run scored.
Ross Stripling, who pitched a few days ago, he might have threw his side work today, but he still would probably be available if any of the starters would relieve.
Well, he's scheduled to start on Tuesday. Or about Tuesday.
Yeah. You look back and see which starters, and sometimes you could throw a side work and still be able to pitch 4 or 5 hours later in an extra inning game.
To the right side and past Utley.
Alana has told us that Sal has been in the dugout the whole time, so he's not even in the bullpen.
In terms of time and innings, this is the longest game of the year for the Dodgers. About 4 hours and 12 minutes into this thing, and we're in the bottom half of the 12th. Howell to Myers. There's a strike. It's 0-1. Matt Kemp is on deck. Into right. There is Puig. And a throw back to first. There's 2 out.
Looked like Yasiel had to battle a little bit of the sun there on that ball.
This is the best vision the hitters are going to have with the sunlight on either side of the mound. The way the roof is configured here, the sun seeps through. JP gets out of this inning, the Dodgers will probably have to deal with the shadows again, and then we'll finally be all square if the game continues as far as the light conditions.
Matt Kemp's been a long day. 0 for 5, 3 strikeouts. 2 out in the bottom of the 12th. Kemp down to 224. The day began with the 4th sellout of the season for the Padres. Crowd in excess of 43,000. About half of them have gone home. On one hop to Utley. Wasn't going to let that get past him. So we'll go to the 13th inning. With the Padres and the Dodgers all tied at 5. 39 players, 15 pitchers, 374 pitches, 15 hits, 7 walks, and when all is said and done, we're tied at 5. And Luis Perdomo is the latest pitcher. Padres have 1 left. Villanueva did a nice job in his 3 innings. Struck out 3.
Well, for the Dodgers, you get the heart of your lineup right now. Coming up, you got Corey Seager leading off, and looking for a run. Now's the time. Actually, a few innings was
I was going to say, about 3 innings ago, you could have said that. Could have saved us all a lot of time and trouble. What a week. Whew. So here's Perdomo. Missing way inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Perdomo's 12th appearance. And Ross Stripling. Chin-Woo Seo was throwing on the side well before the game today and did not look comfortable. And a ground ball to the right side. Seager's retired. First out of the 13th. Now Howie Kendrick coming up. This is when the scorebooks in the press box, broadcast booths get really sloppy. There's no room. Howie Kendrick with a home run in the 8th inning.
There's very few changes that are possible left.
No, that's except number of innings where you put the score of what the players are doing. Kendrick has a base hit into center field with 1 out. Kendrick hit that home run in the 8th inning, which gave the Dodgers the lead way back when. But then the Padres would score a run of their own in the bottom of the 8th. And here's Adrian Gonzalez. Kendrick the lead run at first. A lot of space for Gonzalez on the left side. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Adrian is 1 for 5. Into left, and there's Upton.
He was trying. He was trying.
We just got it in the air.
Yep. And he hit that well, did everything right. Just unlucky. Dodgers been unlucky quite a few times in this game. Squaring the ball up, hitting right at guys, line drives.
Two out, and because ain't nobody left, J.P. Howell is going to bat for himself. Doesn't happen often. His last at bat was 3 years ago. In his career, 2 for 11. Well, he got his money's worth on the swing. 0-2. Kendrick at first with 2 out. balls, 2 strikes. That'll do it for the top half of the 13th. In the bottom of the 13th, Solarte and Upton and Ramirez will bat. As we head to the bottom half of the 13th on this long day's journey into night. Yangervis Solarte will lead it off. Then Melvin Upton Jr., who has caused enough headache for the Dodgers this weekend. And then Alexei Ramirez. Ross Stripling had been up in the bullpen earlier, lightly tossing. So if this game goes much further, we may see him. He's scheduled to start on Tuesday. But that is subject to change, depending how far this game goes.
Here we are in the 13th, and A.J. Ellis has no backup. There's Monty Grandal with the sore foot, a pinch hit. And his buddy Clayton Kershaw going tomorrow, so A.J. might have a full couple days.
Hey, Sunday Night Baseball's in the 4th inning already. Giants and Cubs are scoreless. I hope ours ends before they. Nice backhanded play by Kendrick.
Howie Kendrick doing a great job just throwing the glove out there and getting that top hop. That was a high hop. Usually when you get those, it's down closer to the ground and you kind of get that short hop. But with the high one and still staying with it, makes a fine play.
All those years we saw Howie Kendrick play exclusively at second base. But he has been terrific at first, second, third, left field this year. And here is Upton, who is 3 for 5 today. And there is Utley. 2 out. Looking ahead to the 14th inning. Jock Peterson, Yasiel Puig, and A.J. Ellis.
Much heat as the Dodger bullpen has taken early here in the season. Boy, they're doing an outstanding job today. Giving up 1 run. What has it been, 8 innings? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going into the 8th right here.
Maeda went 5. Two balls and no strikes to Alexi Ramirez. Now 3-1. Now 3-2.
I don't know where Ramirez is going. That ball's right down the middle. I think he's having a tough time seeing it.
You think it was low? Do you think it fell out of the zone?
I think he was trying to get away with it.
Yeah.
Behind second, Utley throws him out. Well, 13 in the books. We go to the 14th. Still tied at 5. It'll be Jock Peterson, Yasiel Puig, and A.J. Ellis. We were talking about how good the Dodger bullpen has been today. Boy, have they ever been. Maeda gave up 4 hits in 5 innings. Since then, Dodger bullpen has given up a total of 3 hits and 1 run. So here we begin the 14th with Jock Peterson, who takes high and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Into left, a leadoff hit for Jock Peterson in the 14th inning.
Going the other way. Talk about his last at bat where I was like, I don't mind if you take a big swing, try to think about a home run. That's okay, give him the lead. But there, as a leadoff hitter, it doesn't look like he was thinking about that. Staying on that ball, going the other way.
For Peterson, his 2nd hit in 6 at-bats. And here is Puig. 1 for 4, hit by a pitch. And a base running blunder in the 9th. Puig, 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Takes it inside. One ball, no strikes. One and one. Luis Perdomo, the 7th pitcher of the day, used by Andy Green. 6'2", 185. Missing up and in. 2 and 1. Out on the hill, it's a lot like Carlos Frias. Long and lean and angular. Two and one. To the right side, a base hit. Peterson's on his way to third. The throw's not going to be in time. Yasiel Puig with the single to right. Peterson testing the arm of Matt Kemp. And now the Dodgers have first and third and nobody out.
Well, first it was obviously a good hit by Yasiel Puig going the other way, but a great job by Jock Peterson to get from first to third on this ball. It was hit hard, but he got a good read, was thinking about getting to third. Right when it was hit, puts his head down, thinking about, takes a peek, and he is off.
There's a lot of strategy going on right now because you're going to have first and third with A.J. Ellis up there. Yasiel Puig actually getting in the conference to make sure they know what he's going to do.
Andy Green, the manager of the Padres, out on the hill. He's got the entire infield in with him. The home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez trying to break up the conference here, which he finally does.
No assumption on what Yasiel is assigned to do right here. Dave Roberts and Chris Woodward instructing him on what he should do here in extra innings when the Dodgers need that run with A.J. Ellis at the plate.
The Padres bring the infield in. So while Green was meeting with his infield and his pitcher, we went back to the dugout for a moment. Ellis takes inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Dodgers trying to shed the shackles of a 4-game losing streak. Ellis takes high and in, 2-0. Now 3-0.
Well, fastball's in, looking to get a pop-up or a jam shot.
If you're Ellis, you take here.
He will. That's just Ellis. But give yourself a couple of chances if you feel confident.
He takes a 4-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded. And now Carl Crawford.
When the Dodgers were in this situation, the outfield had to come way in because that was the game on the line. The Padres here will probably play their outfield at normal depth. Even if they give up 1, they still have last at bats.
So here is Crawford.
You're A.J. Ellis and Yasiel Puig. You cannot get doubled off on a line drive. You have to freeze and stay close to your base on a line drive.
Infield all the way in. Crawford to second. Throw to the plate. Out. Throw to first. Out. One, two, three.
Very rarely are you going to get Carl Crawford on this play, but he hits the ball so hard, and with the infield in, there's time to get to him, even as quick as he is. And a great play by Wil Meyer down there. And boy, if we have seen him pick some batted balls, and now he's picking a throw from his catcher where he slips on the throw and gets it in the glove.
Dodgers hoping for a review, and it's not going to happen. Myers has been very impressive in this series on both sides of the ball.
I wonder if the Dodgers are thinking, did he keep his foot on the bag or did he beat that? That's what they were checking. They were just making sure. And you have to. But definitely, clearly, he was out.
He was their center fielder last year. Really doing a bang-up job there at first.
So now 2 out. Chase Utley second and third. Puig at third. Ellis at second. Utley squares to bunt, takes a strike, 0-1. The lead run, Yasiel Puig, 90 feet away. 2 out in the 14th. Line foul. 0-2. More than 4.5 hours into this now 14-inning marathon. On 0-2 to Utley. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 96 on 1 gun, 95 on ours. Two out in the 14th inning. Utley swings and misses. They'll throw to first to complete the strikeout. And the Dodgers, who had bases loaded, nobody out in the 14th inning, come up empty. We'll go to the bottom of the 14th.
Bottom of the 14th and a 5-5 tie. J.P. Howell still on the mound. Ross Stripling starting to throw in the pen. We're getting down to very few guys left that could toe the rubber when you're getting into your starters.
Hey, we just had one of our trainers sweeping the dugout, so we are down to bare bones. Everybody's been used. 4 hours and 40 minutes into the game. Christian Bettencourt leading it off. Well, the Dodgers certainly have had their chances, none bigger than in the top of the 14th with the bases loaded, nobody out.
We've been talking about this game, the roller coaster of emotion that has gone on. How about that before you get the bases loaded, nobody out? You're feeling, all right, we can pull this, we can get one right here, guys.
Get at least one run out of it.
That's the feeling, and then you're like, oh.
They didn't even get a T-shirt when it was over. Bettencourt swings and misses, and Ellis completes the strikeout. This is Howell's third inning of relief. And Alexi Amarista coming up. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Padres fly up to San Francisco when we're done here. The Giants are playing the Sunday night game against the Cubs up there.
Well, if they don't bump up against the curfew here at the airport. Have to get out of here by midnight.
Bite your tongue.
Plenty of nothing from the 9th inning on. Two and two to Alexi Amarista. Cubs and Giants scoreless in the 5th inning up there.
Well, a game like this where I was the Ross Stripling in between starts, I think I went like 7 1/3. It was against Houston.
Slow chopper, tough play for Utley. Got him.
I think the game went like 24 innings. And pitching from like the 14th to the 21st or 22nd, I think I went farther than anybody in the game. It just went on and on and on.
Well, let's have the Dodgers finish it here, shall we? Before they get to that.
Yeah.
Well, Luis Perdomo is going to bat for himself. One ball and no strikes. Again, for the Dodgers, this is the 17th game of 20 games in 20 days. There's a strike. 7 and 9 so far, and the next off day, such that it is, the Dodgers will be flying from Los Angeles to New York. The Dodgers have had exactly 1 day off at home this year, where they had nothing to do except their laundry and whatever one does on a day off. And that was the day before opening day. Perdomo can run. That'll end the inning. Well, we'll go to the 15th because we've got nothing else to do. pitched the top half of the 15th inning. Well, so much for dinner in L.A.
Not gonna happen.
That's what we talked about in our pregame hit. We said back to the studio, like, we hope we have a W, a quick game, and we'll see you in L.A. tonight for dinner.
Looks like it's going to be fast food on the way home.
Yeah, you were almost right. We'll see you in L.A.
I think I might be stopping in Carlsbad for dinner or something.
There you go.
Dodgers go right back to work tomorrow night. First of a 3-game series with the Reds. Brandon Finnegan and Clayton Kershaw. Tuesday, as of now, Ross Stripling is pitching for the Dodgers. Subject to change. Dan Straley, Scott Kazmir on Wednesday. So here's Seager. 1 for 5. Saw his 11-game hitting streak end yesterday. Takes high and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. One and 1 to Seager. These teams arrived here about 9:30, 10-ish this morning for the 1:40 start. Seager to left field. Back at the wall is Upton. And that after the late night last night. So it's entirely understandable that both these sides are on fumes now.
I'm sure in between innings, from about the 10th on, guys have been running into the food room and trying to get a quarter of a meal or so just to hold themselves over with energy bars and different things.
Should have brought enough for the whole class, for goodness sakes. Howie Kendrick to the right side, base hit. Kendrick takes the turn. He's going to second. Is bobbled by Kemp. Boy, Howie Kendrick's had some day today.
Howie was going to test Matt Kemp no matter what there. With 1 out in the 15th inning, he was going to try and get into scoring position, force him to throw him out.
Talked about his strength, which is going inside, going the other way. We've seen some really good at-bats all game from Howie Kendrick. Let's not forget that one in the 6th where he lined out. Where there's a scoring position, throws his hands up in the air, then he gets a home run his next at-bat. One where the hitting coach says, stay right there, Howie.
Adrian will get a free pass. And J.P. Howe's going to come up and hit.
I tell you, he took some good swings this last at bat, and that's.
Well, how about that? Clayton Kershaw. You hear the buzz in the crowd. Kershaw will pinch hit for Howell. He's going to take matters into his own hands.
J.P. Howe's probably telling Dave Roberts, did you not see my swings, my last at bat?
And Roberts' response was,
I did. Yeah, that's why Kershaw did.
I did, as a matter of fact. Thank you for asking. Well, this is why stars are stars. Now let's see what Clayton can do. He's going to square the bunt, but will he butcher boy it? He squares, takes high and away, throw down to second base. That's the last thing in the world Kendrick and the Dodgers need. Kershaw's actually quite good at squaring the bunt and putting that little butcher boy to work. Let's see if that plays itself out here. He's going to bunt. That's a foul ball.
Hitting .208 this year, no home runs and 2 RBIs. Clayton still bunting with 1 out. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled it back and swatted at it right here and tried to shoot one to left.
He's done it before. He's got 3 sacrifice bunts this year. And he's going to swing away. And it's 1-2.
If you want to go with the same approach, even with 2 strikes, sometimes you have a lot better chance of making contact and giving your team a chance by staying down in there and butcher boying.
A chopper to short. Throw to second, out at second, throw to first, not in time. Gonzalez with a hard, clean slide. Kershaw is at first base.
Good job by Kershaw to stay out of the double play. Not easy being Cole coming off the bench and having to run to make sure you stay out of it. Get the guy over at third base. You never know what can happen. Possible wild pitch. Anything can happen over there. And now they're probably checking with the umpire to see about this slide. But sometimes you just got to protect yourself. You're going in there. What are you going to do with your hands? You don't want to get hit by the player. If they called this one, that'd be ridiculous.
Andy Green asking for a replay review.
I mean, Adrian slides into second, straight into second base, but the player's there, so he's just protecting himself. There it is, going into the bag, clean. Now what's he supposed to do? He has to get his hand or something so he doesn't get hurt.
There is the rule about no contact above the knee. Slide has to begin before second base. You have to be able to still be able to touch the base. And Adrian with his hands up saying, what am I supposed to do?
He's exactly right. If they call that, wow.
And if they make you lay down as you slide, your head has a chance to hit the ground behind you, and now you got problems with your own body. So it's Adrian trying to slide as safe as possible.
So now you just have, you know, before it was about not getting hit at second base. So if you call this, you're going to tell guys, maybe if you can take it, stay in there, and if you get hit, we might be able to get the call our way, right?
Yeah. This generation of players has slid into second base for so many years one way and now are having to learn another way.
Well, they made that decision or not yet.
It's making me nervous that they have to look at this for this long.
And review the letter of the law.
I mean, that's, what is he supposed to do? Does that mean you can't put your hands up now and protect yourself as you're sliding, make yourself vulnerable? Wow. I really can't believe it's taking this long.
Hey, we had a 4.5-minute review earlier in the year at Dodger Stadium. On what appeared to be at the time the routine play at the plate, and that's what it turned out to be. Barry Vanover and Chris Guccione. And the verdict is the play stands.
I was getting nervous though. I was going, if he had gestured for out.
Well, there was no intent on Adrian's part to try and take him out or to hurt him outside of the rules.
So now Jock Peterson with first and third and 2 out. Jock's got 2 hits in 6 at-bats. His 7th plate appearance of the day. Kendrick, the lead run, 90 feet away. There's a strike, 0-1. Peterson at 256. 8 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Luis Perdomo. Now 0-2. Perdomo is the 7th pitcher of the day for the Padres. The Dodgers have used 8, or about to use their 9th. Ross Stripling is warming in the pen. He's supposed to pitch Tuesday. That is now likely to change. Here's the 0-2. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kershaw goes to second base on defensive indifference. He's a player.
Well, I was just laughing because they threw the ball back to the pitcher. Perdomo had it in his glove, and Kershaw still wasn't at second base yet.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out in the top half of the 15th. Perdomo on 1 and 2 to Peterson. Popped up. Tripping and falling and making the catch is Solarte. No style points, but he gets the job done. And after 14 and a half innings, we're still tied at 5. He has become the 9th Dodger pitcher of the afternoon. In the long storied history of the Brooklyn Los Angeles Dodgers, this is the 28th game that has gone more than 5 hours. We tipped this one off at 1:40 this afternoon. Stripling, his first relief appearance. So the Dodgers 5 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. They've left 10 men on base. San Diego 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors. They've left 7 runners in scoring position this afternoon. The Dodgers are 2 out of 11, and San Diego is 3 for 9. And for those of you keeping score at home, I hope you have a very large scorebook. We are running out of room. John Jay will lead it off.
Here we are on the 22nd, and Ross Stripling pitched on the 19th in Anaheim, 4 2/3 innings.
And was supposed to start on this coming Tuesday. In his career, I don't believe Stripling has ever pitched out of the bullpen. Nope. Did twice at Ogden in 2012. It's a rare occurrence, let's put it that way. 2 balls and 1 strike to John Jay.
A few innings ago, they got him up really early to allow him to have a lengthy time to warm up.
2-2 to Jay.
But then as the game continued and there was no scoring and J.P. Howell was okay to continue and also to hit in his own position, Ross Stripling then was just kind of on maintenance down there in the bullpen. So this is about the third time that he got ready.
Three balls and 2 strikes to Jon Jay. Now, in a marathon game, you came out of the bullpen in, what, 7-something innings. In the middle, not even the middle of the game.
14th through the 20th in 1989. I think it was in June.
On 3-2. Up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Jon Jay, a leadoff single in the bottom half of the 50.
Well, you may have to do it again, Oral.
Tell you what, he's getting down for that ball right there. He's going to feel really bad. He's got a man on first and no out. And maybe could have caught that one. It's not that starting pitchers aren't capable of coming in and pitching in between starts, feeling rested and ready to go. It's just the wear and tear of doing it throughout a season. You need that rest to be able to go the 33, 34 starts.
Wil Myers, who's had quite a day today. He's tripled, walked, scored a run, and has made several defensive standout plays over at first base. Matt Kemp on deck. Myers has 7 home runs. Stripling set into center field. Peterson will make the play.
You know, Ross Stripling is in the game, and if this game continues to a point where they don't want to safely continue to pitch him, let's say it's after 2, 3, 4 innings, it's not who will pitch next, which would be amazing to find out, but where would maybe Ross Stripling even play then? They might not even be able to take him out of the game. He might have to go to a position.
Matt Kemp to third. Kendrick, Utley, Gonzalez, the throw is wide.
That one they're going to have to look at. If they looked at the one from Adrian, they're going to have to make sure that that was a clean slide on Chase Utley.
Look at his hand in there on the knee.
And you're gonna have to check it. I mean, to me, obviously, I don't like this rule, and that should be clean. I mean, like I said, he has to protect himself, but he's definitely going to check it, and as you should.
Dave Roberts says to Angel Marquez about that slide and about the hand action from Jon Jay. It's the Utley rule. The left hand takes out the left knee of Utley. Big scoreboard out in left field. The umpires here are watching it as they are back in New York. And the answer is Play on. Now 2 out. Kemp at first base. And Yangervis Solarte coming up. Solarte 0 for 5 and a walk.
Keep an eye on Matt Kemp. His legs are feeling okay.
Has not stolen a base this year.
I don't think his legs are feeling real good. He's barely off the base there at first.
Kemp stole a dozen last year. Back in 2011, he stole 40. Kemp now 31. And a very short lead.
Just checking over there just to make sure he doesn't get a walking lead. 2 outs, 0-2 count. Might do something risky over there, even with a short lead, trying to get some movement.
Into center. Peterson's going back at the wall. He'll make the catch. And that's going to do it. And we'll go to the 16th inning. Dodgers and Padres remain tied at 5. Beginning the 16th inning, a game in which 41 players have been used, 16 pitchers, 453 pitches, 20 hits, 9 walks, and when all is said and done, we are tied at 5. And Luis Perdomo, who has pitched since the 13th inning. 5 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. They've left 10. San Diego, 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors. They have left 8. And Puig. Well, that's the first out. Here comes A.J. Ellis. Who is 0 for 5 and a walk. So this is his 7th plate appearance. For those those Dodgers who will be taking the team bus back north. I imagine a lot of them be sound asleep along about San Clemente.
We surely didn't think we were going to make the drive with our headlights on. I don't think Alfonso Marquez behind the plate thought he would umpire over 10 innings.
Back in the 5th inning, David Rackley was hit by a foul tip in a place no man wants to be hit. He was flattened for a while, would walk off on his own terms, but there was a 15-minute delay while he was being attended to. And then Alfonso Marquez, who began the day as a second base umpire, put on the chest protector and shin guards. At that point, after 4.5 innings, the Dodgers and Padres were scoreless. But then San Diego would score 4 in the 5th. Dodgers would score 3 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. Padres would score 1 in the bottom of the 8th. A lot of spare time on the hands of the fellas on the bench. Alex Wood trying to pick up the signal.
You try everything.
Going into his start yesterday, Alex Wood was hitting .308. So
Right.
he might need to get a little more serious. Anybody need a hitter.
Three and 2 to Ellis in the 16th with 1 out. Dodgers get a base runner.
That will just encourage the rhythmic clapping from the bench.
Last time I saw, they weren't exactly rhythmic.
Well, there was an effort to be.
Well, they were clapping. Entirely understandable. They're getting a little bit loopy. Now Carl Crawford. Into center field. John Jay going back. That's the second out of the 16th. Scott Kazmir. And here's Utley, who is 1 for 7 and a run scored today. Solarte will move from third base to the right side of the infield. Sixteenth inning. Strike, 0-1. He splits the seam of the shift. Ellis goes to second with 2 out.
Right there in the hole, and Corey Seager can get a hit right here. You'd want one about that velocity to give A.J. Ellis a good chance to score from second base with 2 outs. If Corey squares one up and hits it as hard as he has been, they could have a shot at A.J. at home.
5-5, 2 on, 2 out in the 16th. Seager to the right side. Solarte will tag out Ellis, and that'll end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 left. And after 15 and a half innings, Dodgers and Padres are tied at 5. Scheduled to start on Tuesday at Dodger Stadium. Now there's one big question mark as to who the Dodgers will toss out on Tuesday. Kershaw, we know for sure, is going Monday night. And Kazmir on Wednesday night. So we are likely to see some reinforcements from Oklahoma City as early as tomorrow. Well, here's Melvin Upton Jr. There's been nothing but a nuisance to the Dodgers this weekend. He's 3 for 6 today. Swings and misses, and it's 0-1. Alexi Ramirez is on deck, and then Christian Bethancourt. The 0-1. No balls and 2 strikes. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, the Giants have a 1-0 lead over the Cubs in the 7th inning. That's Sunday night baseball. This began as Sunday afternoon baseball.
Oh, you were talking about the lights on the drive home. I bet you here they thought they weren't going to have to turn the lights on either.
They haven't yet taken effect, but they are on. And the 1-2. Back through the middle. Backhanded by Utley, and he throws him out.
Chase's 12th assist of the game. He's had some action today.
Alexi Ramirez takes a strike. It's 0-1. Ramirez has walked, been hit by a pitch. Other than that, 0 for 4. No balls and 2 strikes to Alexi Ramirez. right side. Utley. Somebody forgot to tell him he's 37.
13th assist of the day.
Yeah, and they all haven't been right at him and easy. They've been, a lot of them have been plays like that where he has to show off the range. He's sliding, he's gloving it, he's flipping it with his glove.
He was part of that rundown also that got Melvin Upton Jr. back in the 11th. The 1 to 5 to 3 to 4 to 3.
Home on the range. 2 out. And Bethancourt coming up. What a first 2 months Utley has had for the Dodgers. Going outside, 1 ball, no strikes.
A far cry from the people yelling why as they signed him. They thought, oh, it was just for motivational purposes and what he brings to the club. Boy, the ability on the field has been just as big as his example in the locker room in the batting cage.
And how healthy he is this year as compared to when he arrived with the Dodgers late last year.
He has really learned how to keep his legs and knees healthy now that he's dealt with those issues.
To the right side, and here comes Puig. Stripling with a perfect 16th. Because there's nothing else to do on a Sunday, we'll play the 17th inning when we come back. Padres won it 7-6. Last night, it went a mere 11 innings. And this afternoon / evening, we go to the 17th inning. Tied at 5. Howie Kendrick had quite a day today. This is his 8th at-bat. He's 3 for 7. A home run, a single, and a double. Wouldn't that be nice if it gets a triple here? Takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Now it's 0-2. Kendrick at 231 fouls it back. When the day began, the place was packed to the rafters. 43,100. It was the 4th sellout of the season for the Padres. Well, there aren't that many left. But Kike Hernandez is ready.
And he's letting Dave Roberts know maybe possibly tomorrow I can catch, because A.J. Ellis is already catching this entire game. Got the injury to Grandal to his foot. He's ready. Okay, maybe not.
They're doing a little doo-wop in there. 1-2.
Just get a little punch drunk in there.
In there.
Up here.
Riveting. To center field, John Jay going back. Way back. Way back. And it's going to be a ground rule double.
He had a chance for
Yes,
the cycle.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Need the higher wall.
No screaming, stay in.
Well, a leadoff double for Kendrick. Wake her up.
Another 10
That
feet.
one, they're all thinking about it. They're looking, they're like, there it is.
More than anybody, Yasiel wants this game to be a W for the Dodgers after not moving up on that bunt by Ellis.
Gonzalez with the intentional walk now.
There's that, and then let's not forget also back in the 14th as well. The Dodgers get the bases loaded and nobody out,
Carl
and then able to
Crawford's double
score.
play.
Oh,
So Ross Stripling, he's got a hit because there's nobody left in the bullpen.
And Ross coming up, this you might see the Padres put the wheel play on to stop Howie Kendrick from getting to third base, because you pretty much know Stripling is going to bunt, so they might be aggressive here to shut down the sacrifice.
Stripling is 1 for 11 and has 1 sacrifice this year. Tied at 5 in the 17th inning. High and away, 1 ball, no strikes. So Kendrick with above average speed at second base. Gonzalez is at first, nobody out. 17th inning. Luis Perdomo, the 7th pitcher for San Diego. The wheel play is on. Stripling takes it back. It's 1-1.
First pitch they played conventional. Second pitch they went to the wheel. Crashing from the corners, and the shortstop goes over to cover third base.
that's where you're taught. Because if you see that shortstop break, bring it back and slash.
Wheel play again. They've got a slash. No play to second base. Only 1 to first. And the Dodgers now have second and third and 1 out.
Gets the job done. Good job by Ross Stripling. Recognizing that's what they're going to do. They're going to leave the middle wide open. Good job by Amarista there, because he really didn't turn his body and break right away. Watch how he's shuffling just in case he does slash. Smart play, but no play at second base. Good job, Ross.
So now it's up to Jock Peterson, who's going to be intentionally walked. And the game will be on the line with Puig coming up. To Peterson. Remember, the Dodgers had the bases loaded and nobody out in the 14th and couldn't cash in a run.
Next year they might just hold up 4 fingers with the rule change being considered on the intentional walk.
Now Andy Green is going to go out and gather his infield in. Five and a half hours into this game. We're in the top half of the 17th. Marquez breaks up the meeting on the mound, and Puig getting ready. Puig 2 for 6 and hit by a pitch. Didn't know we're at AT&T. But they are in.
That's because they're almost done, so they came over here.
So the bases are loaded. Puig takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Kendrick at third, Gonzalez at second, Peterson at first. Into center field for a hit. Here comes Kendrick. Here comes Gonzalez. Puig delivers as Dodgers take a 7-5 lead in the top half of the 17th inning.
Some redemption for Yasiel Puig to come through with that big hit. Driving the ball up the middle, not trying to do too much.
Getting the ball up in the zone as well. Laying off the ones down. He took the one down the pitch before, looking for something up, because if anything, if he get it up in the air, maybe a possible sac fly. But he's able to take it right back up the middle. The excitement in the dugout, that's working too. The catcher's equipment, the snapping, everything. Not over yet.
Ellis, the bunt, and the safety squeeze. Dodgers 7-5. Peterson and Puig at third and first. A.J. Ellis on 0-1. Solarte even with the bag at third. Runner goes. Puig to second as Ellis fouls it off. Carl Crawford on deck. 7 runs and 15 hits for the Dodgers. The 15th by Puig, the biggest to this point. The pitch gets past Bethancourt. In comes Peterson, and Puig is going to third. Eight to 5.
Well, Yasiel was off and running on the pitch, and then recognizing it's a wild pitch and doesn't stop. There he goes, looks, peeks, keeps going. Good base running.
Ends up on third with only 1 out. A.J. Ellis can now drive him in with the infield in.
3 in the 17th. Ellis takes high and in, 2-2. Crawford on deck. The 2-2. 3-2. Made reference the other night to the old movie They Shoot Horses, don't they? The marathon dances of the Depression era. Here's a 3-2, high ball 4. So Ellis with the walk. And Carl Crawford coming up. So the Dodgers go home after the game. Get a 3-game series with the Reds tomorrow night. And the Padres will head up to San Francisco, where they're in the top of the 8th. Giants have a 1-0 lead there. First and third, infield halfway. Crawford swings and misses, and it's 0-1. Back in the 14th, the Dodgers had the bases loaded, nobody out. And Crawford bounced into a double play. Nothing in 2. Alex Wood.
Plenty of sun protection as the sun is down.
Alex Wood because Alex can. Crawford chops it. Go to second, out at second, back to first. Not going to be in time. Crawford beats the throw, and as a result, Puig comes in with the 4th run of the 17th, and the Dodgers now lead it 9-5. And the Dodgers have been working 9-5 today.
Yasiel Puig getting a much nicer greeting than he did back when he didn't get over on A.J. Ellis's bunt, and there are A.J. and he together. A little happier dugout right now than was a few innings ago.
As rugged a road trip as it has been, Dodgers came into the game having lost 4 in a row and 6 of 7, and down 4-0 in the 5th inning. Hand-to-hand combat, and here we are in the 17th inning. Chase Utley with a base hit into left field.
As happy as this is for the Dodgers, it's really sad for a scorebook when you go 17 innings and there's a chance that the visiting team is going to bat around and really mess up your book.
I didn't know by the 17th you now are still worried about your book.
Well, I'm not worried anymore after 4 runs. We just need 3 more outs.
This is getting buried. Now Seager with first and second. 2 out, 4 in the 17th inning. Outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
I mean, Chase Utley is 3 for 9 right now.
And how many assists did he have?
Oh, I think he's at 13.
Yeah. Howie Kendrick could have hit for the cycle if the wall would have been a little taller.
Ground ball to third. Solarte runs to the bag. We'll get Crawford. That'll end the inning. Well, Yasiel Puig, more often than not throughout his entire career, has been in the middle of stuff. And the big hit in the 4-run 17th.
18th here in San Diego. The sun is setting, but the Dodgers look like their victory could be within grasp. Ross Stripling on the mound, who pitched a few days ago in Anaheim. 90 pitches, 53 strikes for 4 2/3 to get an L. But he's got a chance to redeem himself and get a W with 3 innings of scoreless work here today.
1 hit through 2 as Alexi Amaristo leads it off in the home half of the 17th. Dodgers come up with 4 runs in the top half. Amaristo takes a strike. If they can hang on and win this thing, we were talking, seems like hours ago, because it was hours ago, that this was a vitally important game to this team because they had been struggling so badly. They had the 4-0 lead, and here's Amaristo, wouldn't you know it, with a leadoff hit in the 17th.
It's a true team victory when you get off the canvas after a bloop triple that puts you down 4-0, and Maeda was throwing the ball so exceptionally well. And then the offense comes right back and gets 3. Here we are still playing in the 17th with the bullpen's excellent work.
Now here's Travis Jankowski. He's the last player to enter the game. So all the position players have been used. Arista goes to second. Dodgers have used 9 pitchers and all their bench players, and here's Jankowski, who was like the last guy invited to the party. 1-1. Stripling misses outside. 2-1.
Amaristo, no play is going to be made on him, and he is not going to try to advance. If Stripling feels more comfortable from the windup, he can wind up.
Yeah, why not?
And especially when you're on 2 days rest and you went 90 pitches a couple of days ago in Anaheim as a starter, and now you are in your 3rd inning. It's really just find a way to get 3 outs. Don't let the tying run come to the plate.
Just outside. 3-2. I want to go home. Stripling on 3-2. Jankowski fouls it off to the left. Sun is setting. It's getting colder. Dodgers just gonna go home. Here's a 3-2. Call, strike 3. First out of the 17th.
Nice pitch by Ross Stripling here. 3-2, just painting the corner.
In between outings, when you've just pitched, the thing you're going to start doing if you get tired is start missing to your arm side right there for him to stay through those mechanics and use the effort level that'll throw a strike. Outstanding.
Now John Jay. This is his 8th at-bat of the day. Got a couple of hits and a walk. 0-2. There's a sprint to the finish line. Is our game going to beat their game? They started 2.5 hours ago. We're about the 10th inning by then. Little comebacker. 2 out. The Dodgers 1 out away.
Learn an awful lot about yourself and gain a lot of confidence about being a big leaguer if you're Ross Stripling and doing what he's doing. I'd love to see him finish off this victory without giving up a run.
Two out in the bottom half of the 17th inning. Will Myers fouls it off to the right, and it's 0-1.
He'll be able to say to himself at the end of this outing, if I can pitch on 2 days rest after throwing 90, after having Tommy John surgery, after wondering if I'm a big leaguer, he's going to know he's a big leaguer after this game.
Oh no. Take a look at right field. The sprinklers just went on. Even the sprinklers are flummoxed by the length of this game. 5 hours and 45 minutes. At least they shut them off in time. Here's the 0-1. Did he go around? No, this is Larry Vanover,
who's still the crew chief.
Yasiel Puig with the big hit in the 17th. And the Dodgers would score 4. They trailed 4-0 after 5 today. They lead it now 9-5 with 2 out. Myers with a ground ball to short. Seager has it, and the Dodgers win it in 17 innings. 5 hours and 50 minutes.
A very subdued celebration on the field. I don't think they're have enough energy to even hug each other in the biggest way.
Well, they're tired. It's been a hard day's work and a hard day's